Okay. See if we're streaming now. I always forget the easiest way to. Some pages in Google lag and others reflect it instantly. Strange. Yes. That's now two, I think, unrelated, independent audio errors. I'm so paranoid now about audio. Hello. How does it sound? I think it's fine. It's now two, I think, unrelated. Okay, mute that. Um, I'll just check from time to time. Should just set a timer. Yes, that's exactly what I'll do. I'll get a meat space timer. I'll do it next time. I don't want to stop. So, I think I just titled this um, session, I'll say, planning. So let me review. Let's review. Let's celebrate. Um, let's get inspired. Let's feel good. Let's feel energetic. Let's feel motivated. Um, it's time to. I just made. Let's get caffeinated. Let's get caffeinated. I forget the changes I was gonna make. I think I was gonna make some changes, but this stream is supposed to kind of capture every keystroke. I googled a couple of things and then I stopped reading them and I clicked on the camera. So here, this is awesome. Here's what I think. Let me kind of check the latest sort of brain dump of notes. This project is still basically a brain dump of notes. The influence is okay. I'll make a quick comment about Erlang OTP. I'm glad I captured this because I could not stop thinking about it for days. The supervision trees, and once I captured it, I kind of like just stopped caring. Less excited now. It's captured. It's fine. I can come to it later. It seems less um, likely to me that it's gonna like revolutionize the agent world. But I think Phil Fast is super smart. It might not be like OTP, but Claude Code is feeding back in real time how its plans are. I'm sure it's in the hook section. They'll document it or whatever, and that's an example where another system should somehow spot that and crash it, and then to be crash only. Um, Maybe to some extent restarting. It doesn't have to be OTP, which is like the official structure and the functions you call, and it's like the framework. It could be inspired by that, and that might be enough. But I just kind of less. I don't know. Document tree. I do remember some of these have it. I forget. It starts with an R. It's like radius or radix or something. Um, there's a technique again. I discovered this through thinking how does CouchDB organize data into this tree structure, and there's a little bit about kind of retrieval augmented generation systems, RAG systems, and others that take the same approach. And so I'm going to glance at them in some of this research coming up. Okay. Um, What's super awesome though, the influences is fine. Some of these are kind of long term experiments or something. Um, the dog food is cool. A lot of those are kind of startup-y, kind of I think decent use cases actually. It's kind of neat. Um, Controlling Claude Code is extremely, I don't know if it's comprehensive yet, but it's thorough. It's a kind of a bag of notes, but it's somewhat capturing, like uh this is a nice list of things I'm gonna need to hunt down and implement ultimately. Um, if it's right that they improve the correctness of its behavior. Um, so that's awesome. And then a couple notes. That's fine. Perfectly fine. Okay. It's I think that the thing that I've kind of changed, yes, I've changed my mind, I think, thinking about all this. Let me get back where it looks slightly nicer. Where is that the influences? No, the controlling. Um, the major question, the major to do is just right down here. Confirm whether CC can deliver. I think that's still, if you like, an important value, an important priority, of course. But um, I think what exactly to investigate and confirm, I've changed my mind recently. I'm going to kind of talk it out now. Uh, I, what do I think? Okay, so I learned this is not exactly, I mean, the major question, if I look at the architecture, is, you know, um, in theory, there's sort of enough kind of context preparation, let's say, management, so that Claude Code can be successful with the fingers on the keyboard, right? With the fingers on the keys. Claude Code is the only fingers on the keys. And what I thought is, well, let me write up some, maybe I'll write up some Claude.md or some architecture, some faux or some mocked architecture decision records, or something like that, and say, okay, we're using Azure and we're using Avro, like streaming into a event hub, you know, queue or event system, and then we're subscribing to events. I don't know. That level of detail, and then challenge it to either build that if the detail is thorough enough, or if it already exists, challenge it to add on to that or to use that platform, and anything like that. So I'm just going to write a huge prompt, and we're going to see if Claude Code can deliver. I think that's still an important experiment, but I'm now not confident that writing that huge prompt is straightforward. That's the problem. That's the point. That's where I've changed my mind a bit. I sort of thought, well, Deerflow will write up a plan, or like Deerflow will write up something, and then we'll make it a plan, or we'll in the plan we'll use Deerflow as a subroutine several times, and I don't know, something relatively simple. And it's now I'm thinking like, okay, how am I going to implement? I've seen it, checked a little bit more feedback from the community. So how am I going to implement the level of clarity that it needs? Because the community's basically saying like, don't trust this thing. One thing I heard is it's just out of scope for this thing to address or improve technical debt. Don't even try. Like, this thing's just going to accumulate, or it's not that it's always accumulating tech debt like friction or something, but it's not really good at improving that. A human's got to come in and fix the tech debt. Presumably, a human could prompt it to do the needful, but it'll. I guess on a technical level, it never says like, "Whoo, we should clean this up part also," or do a little cleanup every opportunity or anything like that. And I'm talking about like, faux CTO. That's another good name. Faux, F-A-U-X, CTO. So like it kind of ultimately has extremely concrete, like requirements or like definition of done or something, but it's got to be fleshed out. And in fact, that's just it. Or that's where I've started thinking, fleshing out an idea, fleshing out a plan. So I kind of concluded Well, good news and bad news. There's quite a lot of detail that I just picked up. Basically the API, the I don't know if they call it their API, they call it something. The way to run Claude, code as a software component. It's pretty thorough. This is not the same as prompting it to write up one of these dog food projects or something. But I think this is some degree of progress. I feel good thinking about this. In fact, I know exactly the thought that occurred to me was, oh, some of this stuff might be really good, and then swapping out the back end is going to be a headache. Now you got to either you have some trade-offs to make, right? We're going to swap it out for Google. Can you? Is it parity for what it does? Almost certainly not. But so uh, but that's a positive sign. That means, now I'm thinking about investing in this thing, basically Claude Code, let's say. So at that moment, this would be kind of coupled to Claude Code in a way that it might be its own technical debt. Let's say if swapping out backends is in scope even, or might just remove that from the scope and say, nope, this is in the Claude Code, software ecosystem, and it does not run on Google. I certainly don't want to preclude any of that yet. In fact, like the thinking was sort of something like vibes.diy for vibe coding the front end, and then that the open source maybe one for the back end. So then if I have a GPU on my own computer, in principle, I have a CTO now, because I could run a good model locally and so on, a good language model locally, and off you go. The whole stack runs completely free, completely local. You can disconnect the internet and this thing could still, I don't know how useful it'd be, you could use it. Awesome. Anyway, so that's all the good news, is that Claude is it's pretty cool, considering that it's a somewhat new tool. Lot of like extensibility techniques and tricks and routes and these sorts of things, hooks and subagents and all these kinds of things. Oh, I forgot to capture in here that people they were like, oh, it's all about parallel. And I'm wondering, does parallel, unless you know for certain that they're, orthogonal tasks, great. But if you're not certain, I was thinking in the DevOps context, is it kind of bringing in operational risk, kicking off two parallel, sub agents? But I would guess subagents could bring value by making things predictable and basically making subroutines work or whatever, and not necessarily running all in parallel. That may not be really the reason they're nice, at least for this project. So then to the bad news, if it's not tested deploying stuff yet, but I feel good there. So then I thought, okay, what am I gonna Am I gonna write up a plan? Am I gonna sit here and be a CTO now and plan out a startup, cloud presence or something? Nope, don't want to do that. So let's make the LLM do that. And then the answer is it's not very obvious. I was kind of expecting the state of the art to be further along, I think, for this sort of activity, this detailed planning. There's a couple of aspects to it. Firstly, I guess maybe there's two phases. I don't know if I'll capture this. I guess I will. Let me capture this in the whiteboard. There's two phases to the planning: an interactive phase and a independent phase. Has to be. Yeah, so on the whiteboard, I'll just throw an idea. So the planning planning process, something like that. So yeah, let me say phase one. Phase one would be interactive, right? And so it has to be like more or less challenge response, or I don't know what you call it, question and answer. Let's actually call it that. Where the user, like, basically the user has to answer every question. And then presumably we'll ask smart questions. And I think this might be the thing about, like, I don't know if I'm going to implement the like day one. Did I write day one? I want to call it something consulty. What was that? I wrote model, but model might be in here a million times. Score. I remember writing the word score. Did it not go in here? Where's my score? It was like appetite. Yes. Thank you. Did I write model? Oh, risk appetite. No, it was elsewhere. Here you go. Here you go. Scoring framework. Nice. A framework to score. Yeah. I love it. Let's call it a day one to build a day one score. I mean, I'm like joking to myself. I don't want to take this too seriously. Whatever. Okay, I got day one in there. I can rest easy. So, preview. Okay. Where was my phases in the whiteboard? There it was. Okay. Like ascertains, it's got to understand a ton of stuff, like scope, like constraint, like current status, you know. I mean, for now, being as this thing doesn't even exist yet, I think the like hello world, that like week one use case is overrated. The like, you know, scaffolding up an app, and you know, you learn the framework on Monday and on Tuesday you got a working app. I think that's great, but that's overrated because that's such a tiny fraction of the whole, as they say, life cycle. Like, in other words, when will there be vibe sunsetting my product? Can I vibe email everyone and say, hey, in 90 days, we're going to sunset and we're going to transfer you to this other, you know, like all the other horrible, hard work. So I don't think so. But anyway, the current status could be nothing or whatever for now. That's fine. To, as it were, hard code that to be only hello world projects. Scope status, like, just let's see, like requirements or what am I trying to say? Constraints. Let me just say etc. I don't want to go too deep. So then, like, budget, right? Yeah, that's a big one. So that's like your contract, right? And the feedback in I love that. I should pull up. It was on the Anthropic channel. One of the kind of developers said, you know, I love this. I wish people said this more. Like, so many just traditional techniques and approaches for evaluating the work quality of people applies here. You just look at the work quality, or, you know, other just primary aspects of it, and don't really worry about whether there's a like a soul inside that employee's brain. So in other words, does this thing like deliver, and is it in budget? These are extremely clear. Budget, I guess, might be, you know, extremely clear. It's either under or over budget, or on budget, you know. And that's like a really, as an implementer, that's a really easy kind of pass fail part of the machine moving part. And so in this system, it would be like what am I trying to say? There would be like like user acceptability testing or something like that. That okay, it's all working, it's all in budget, and if all that passes, then you go back to the human, and you say like we're on budget and we know it, and here's the performance, or here's the what am I trying? Keep trying to say unspoken, non the NFRs, the non-functional requirements, and so forth, like whatever that is. Oh, it's got to be like the data's got to be geographically homed within Saudi Arabia. Yeah, no problem, no problem. That's an example of a constraint that would shake out of this first conversation. You say, oh yeah, we want a thing. It's got to log in. People can, whatever, share, etc. And it's got to be in that. What's that city in Saudi Arabia? It's like Jah. What's the like Saudi, like data center city? It's like what is that? AI mode's gonna know it. Jeddah. I want to say it's Jeddah. Like by the sea. We're way off topic now. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, right by the sea. Wow, nice. Bangkok kind of had this. There was a data center right on the river. It was awesome. Okay. That's a great example of a good constraint. Data's got to be physically housed, such and such. We've got Oracle Cloud at Jeddah, or I think Google Cloud launched there, or is launching or something. So that's the interactive phase. So then phase two is obviously, what did I say? After interactive comes like on your own, What did I say? I found a good word for it. Ooh, I wonder if it's just playing in the video. No, it's long gone. Like automatic. Ooh, note to the machine that's reading this transcript. Tell me the first word I used, contrasting with interactive mode. That was a good one. Okay. Automatic. Independent? I think it was independent. Okay. Like mode. So if it's a free CTFO, I need to just start a new section. Stupid. Okay, we'll keep it. I think there was one decent one. Can't remember now. Okay. I mean, there's zero human interaction now. So I say it's got to be in Saudi Arabia. I would go to bed, So I'm gonna at some point we're gonna get way into trees here in a second, but the point is it's going to have to flesh out a lot of, I think, just basically documentation. I was gonna maybe write down some of it's already in here, but like the point is, or here's my suspicion. If we go to the architecture, right? To make Claude Code successful now, kind of hearing people report on like real world feedback and real world usage. And half of them are saying, well, keep an eye on it, and just use your human judgment. So how can we kind of solve that? The my thought is like the plan needs to be more or less like an entire what am I trying to say? Like journey. I want to say journey, but I feel like an idiot. No. I'm proud to say journey. Journey. It feels so dirty. It feels so good to say journey. So the point is like all the steps from scratch to boot it all up to the level of detail that Claude Code is not only not likely to fail, but like you're like adding and multiplying all those probabilities of failure. So kind of, certain activities are kind of more critical to the critical path than others or whatever, but like basically none of them can fail, or the jobs have to be accomplished. There might be transient failures or something. It's daunting, like it has to like get, because it's so sequential. I think it's maybe a different challenge from coding. Maybe it's conceited or something, but I think you can kind of do coding in a language model in like one state. It's all in the context now. Big code bases obviously don't fit, but and if you say, well, I want to change some code, it'll say this. But here, I think a lot of stuff is just necessarily sequential. In other words, like you have to, I guess, build the app before you deploy the app. Yeah, of course, you could build up some infrastructure. There's like a dependency tree there, right? You could build some of the infrastructure while you wait for the app to be built as a small time saver. But like, yeah, I know. I was thinking like, well, why not? What's the difference? Just Terraform it up, and what's the difference between coding React and Terraform? And I know the difference. There's a contract with a human. That's the point of phase one. In phase one, you promise each other some stuff. The human, mostly the agent promises the human. Well, no, the human promises a certain budget, if you like. So the human says like what we need, and the agent then kind of by asking follow-ups or whatever, I think actually ultimately it should like come back with a thorough plan. But anyway, for now, like the constraints, these are obviously the CWCD is promising to obey these constraints and so forth, and promising to achieve this delivery of this scope and so on. So in other words, concretely, like, yeah, you can build the app, but until, an iPhone logs into it or something, certainly if I were on a team, I would say like, you just can't believe it till you believe. Like it's got to be in the Apple App Store, launched on the App Store, and then you download from the App Store, then you log in. I know there's like, what do they call it? The whole development process. It's just not the same. You can't rest easy until you've seen it ship for real. And monitor status and monitor like budget and cost, right? Because my point is like as a feature of this software, this thing needs to report back to the human. We're like all the machines are humming, everything's fine, and like here's the budget, here's the spend for the day or whatever if it's cloud, that sort of thing. It needs to like be responsible, and to be responsible back to a human with no technical conversation, but with responsibility would be, as it were, proving the scope's been met. The constraints are fine, and the budget is good, let's say. And giving, showing that back to the human. That's the point. So that all like kind of has to be in the plan. And so it's a huge plan, really, is the point. Let me flesh out independent mode. Because the basic, let me just, it's the whiteboard. So I just need to get a quick, like the point is like, what am I trying to say? It's, my thought is it's a tree and you build it top down and like it might be sort of, it might sort of go arbitrarily deeply and it might be sort of built just in time. That's my thought is the plan is a tree. You build the plan top down and you flesh out the plan. Um, Maybe you flesh out the plan just in time. I don't know if that's necessary. Oh, it would save tokens. Yeah, it would save tokens. Yeah, well, you build the plan top down is the point. The highest level parts of the plan exist before the fleshing out of them is the point. And one reason for that is, yeah, like save tokens and then with any luck, I don't know if there's supervisor or whatever, or the human, it could be, there can be a feedback step or a feedback loop or a human approval or something like that at that point. So let me think. Let me just write that. So it's a like continue building the like what am I trying to say? The knowledge tree, the scope tree, the tree. Top down like as needed. Top down until the point is like in theory at the moment the leaf nodes are all like Claude Code prompts or Claude Code context, let's call it CCC. Maybe we'll call it CCC. This would be an extremely common concept or an extremely frequently used, concept in this project was the CCC, because if Claude Code is the exclusively the fingers on the keyboard, the fingers on the keys, then where that boundary, that intersection point, that integration point is the CCC, the context to make it succeed. Wait, the succeed CCC. I don't like it. The CCC. Continue building the tree top down until like the level of detail, like Claude Code. Yep. Build the tree top down. So maybe since the whiteboard, let me just scratch out an example. Oh man, can I make I want to make dot diagrams. Let me try that eraser again. I mean, I'm back into dot. I haven't been into dot in, I don't remember, maybe the 90s. Dot is old. But it's awesome. If this, well, maybe we'll find out. All the language models know dot super well. I don't know why. And they know like UML and plant ML and all this stuff really, really well. I've had a lot of success making these things like read Python and turn it into like plant ML or dot, and you get good diagrams. And I think this eraser put some effort into how it looks, how it comes out the other side. Okay, anyway, what's a blank file? Let's try blank file now. Type your notes or document here. Okay. Okay. Let me do that. I'm going to teach myself eraser.io. These videos are not dense at all because it's every keystroke of the entire project. Okay. Let me just still call it the tree. Do these notes actually help? I just want to draw something on the canvas. Oops. Wait, what? Yes, perfect. Okay. A tree structure representing I wonder if I should well we'll stick with the eraser or with yeah, eraser. A tree tracker representing a comprehensive plan to launch a new like website in a cloud, beginning like with um let's see, the root node is launch, let's say. I'm gonna ask it to make up more. I don't think I'm supposed to, but I might try. Like, I don't know. Uh, what am I trying to say? Investigate. The root node is launch. Um, Ship. Yeah, launch. That's fine. Product launch. I don't know, coding, like testing, it's kind of a Gantt chart a little bit. Um, UAT. Best practices? I don't know what I'm doing. This is stupid. This is an example of where voice would be a little faster. Uh, uh, what am I trying to say? Like implement. I just want to see. I think this was a mistake. Make a lot of mistakes. Why does it ask this? Security compliance. Oh, cool. Infrastructure. I'm really interested in compliance. If this thing, I mean, it's just a readme, it's already massive scope, so that's super, super red flag. It kind of reads like an insane person's like screed more than a project plan at the moment. But if it if it works, I think compliance would be a really awesome use case. Say like we're HIPAA or we're whatever, we're banking. Um, that'd be really cool. And it's so interesting because it's not just about tech. There's a lot of other. It'd be really challenging. There's a lot of other like operational stuff, and there's a lot to compliance, but it connects to tech and implementation and all this and the data. Obviously a lot. So that would be really interesting to try to tackle. But that's assuming like multiple layers of these like long shot successes back to back. So we'll see. We'll see when we get there. What is the primary methodology framework? Oh, I don't know the difference between DevOps and Agile. That DevOps to me is that's not my understanding of what DevOps mean. Maybe there's a methodology out there. I know there's Azure DevOps, obviously. Um, let's let's say AWS is the lingua franca. Um, let's say okay. I have no idea if this is smart. I think the same prompt in like ChatGPT would have just done a quick dot diagram. That is, I think that might be, that isn't bad though. Let's see if it, okay. Okay, cool. This is not a tree, but I mean, a tree is going to be more complex than this. So, product launch. Oh, okay. This is like a little timeline. Mm-hmm. Cool. Let me do this. Let me just pull that code and just drop into Claude and just try a new one. Sonnet, yeah. Um, uh, let's just see what it does. I'm just gonna paste the dot. I Something I haven't learned yet. Does everyone use the same tokenization as OpenAI? Is it all that what was it called? TikTokin? Is it TikTokin? Do they all do that? Wait, publish? What? You're not gonna let me? Okay. Wait, are you not gonna let me? Hopefully I can do that. I think I had issues with this earlier. Is it gonna pull in? It's gonna have to pull in some JavaScript. It's gonna have to pull in Mermaid or whatever, right? I did this on one of them, and they couldn't pull in Mermaid, and it was stupid. And we're on a tangent on a tangent. It's got to pull in Mermaid. Whoa. Oh, I see. Never mind. It just changed it to HTML language models. Their real-time system. It's real-time code. This is super bad. This is totally going in a horrible direction. Jesus. Let's try one last time. I mean, that dot code was there. Oop, what happened? Did it take it? No. I'm gonna have to see a script tag, right? Can it do script tags? Can it link out to um okay. Or is it just gonna implement its own dot renderer right here? I mean, I think in the way that like people who use high level programming languages think it's nothing to, copy strings tons of times or run through loops that don't have to run in principle. All this like, you know, rerunning and all this little wasted cycles or whatever. Like the same thing's gonna happen with AI. Like it's just gonna write a sort function and then try it and throw it away that day or whatever. This is kind of cool. Okay, yes. That's great. Let's see if we can fix it. I mean, I don't want to even use this for documentation. This looks... Well, actually, maybe I do. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, and then by the way, my hypothesis that let's see if I can just chat to it. Let me see if I can just like do it myself, huh? Investigate business requirements. Let's say that's like sibling, right? Coding, right? I bet you it understands this. Testing. I bet it understands this. Deploy, right? Maybe coding and maybe deploy is not dependent on testing, and then like the UAT is dependent on deploy, right? Whatever, it doesn't have to be perfect. Like what am I trying to branches? All right, let's try that. Come on, Schwartz. And then what did, oh, cool. Did it fix it? Okay, fixed it. Okay, whoa. Oh, I can move it. Wonderful. Fixed it. Cool. Great. I know there's like another render mode, although that might be GraphViz rather than this JavaScript library, but let's see. All right. I think that's correct. Coding, testing, whatever. That might be close enough. This would have been more productive if I just drew with my pen on my paper, but fine. Yeah, set up version control potentially. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, where's version control? Is it GitHub or is it Bitbucket? Right? I found a Bitbucket project. Was it? I thought I found a project or was it GitLab? No, GitLab. It was GitLab. Oh, it might be my other history. It'll be up here. How's version control work? Design the application architecture. So, in fact, each of these, can I zoom? Each of these, I think the point is each node in the tree might need to be exploded to subtasks. And so my thinking right now is like, because it's top down, right? So the user says, I want to launch my product. And then you say, well, it's not this coding and testing, but it's, asking about the contract, how much does it cost and things like this. And from there, I think it's already potentially like fleshing out a plan as it's interactively speaking. And it's fleshing out the parts that's like, I don't know, that's possible to be fleshed out. Like, in other words, the the authentication is obviously not, maybe is not mentioned if the user didn't, or if it's not relevant. And then I think I know what I think. Part of it is like kind of hard coded. Uh, so for example, you must use test driven development. That's, you know, if the assumption that this cannot work without it, it must use it. It must not be really able, like easy or supported to disable that, to do it another way. Um, because that is not all of DevOps, not even most of it, I don't think, is TDD really. Um, but if as an implementation requirement, it's just needed to get the quality, then like somewhere, there's a green or a blue or, somehow that's in Claudey with a chance of DevOps. It's in the knowledge base or something like that. So then it kind of makes me think like, was this originally, I thought, well, the knowledge base is going to be like stories, not Jira stories, not like design stories, agile stories, but kind of like use cases or write-ups of like how things work successfully. There's a project here that I think I'll find. Oh, that yeah, like the open source runbook stuff. Um, Something like that. Like in other words, for example, like a you know I don't know, virtual playing card game site. Um, we launch it, whatever, like any, and people log in and there's interaction and it's all real time, let's say. Uh, that, if that were like the push, let me think. If that were the push, it would say like, you know, maybe a fail story is like, it was this architecture and it didn't scale or something. Um, I don't know if fail stories are like initially kind of in here, and then a success story would be like, it's this design and this sort of thing. It's kind of a Claude.md, if you like, all about like the infrastructure, let's say, right? The deployment, the ops, all of that. So like we launch on AWS and it does this, here's where you can read about the data flow and so on, and because the next time someone asks, I want to do a data flow on AWS, the idea is more or less copy every single keystroke of that first project. Um, I've thought of it as like this isn't totally proper, but it's like what did I say? It's like a success bloom filter or something. It's if things work, pretty soon it kind of might not matter how often things fail kind of on an absolute level, or it may become less important how often new challenges fail, because there's this well-worn path, proven path of extremely common use cases that people ask for over and over again. Like, oh, it's a website where tons of customers can log in on my, and it's cheap and it's on AWS. Um, that's the idea that this would, or that's kind of one of the experiments or ideas, is that, and in fact, I think like runbooks.sh may kind of be moving in this direction already. So to kind of finish, all right, I don't care about the trees anymore. I'm gonna have a lot to, yeah, we don't need to get into the trees because there's gonna be more on trees. They're coming up. There's like a whole like algorithms or something. There's video game. Very little in the video game development world is like casual and light. They're maniacs. So that's such a like I wonder if there'll be a movie that's like kind of Wall Streety, you know, Wolf of Wall Streety or kind of thing about video game development. Maybe there's something, I don't know. I don't know if that ever existed though, because my understanding is they're just grinding it out super hard, programming and just working like working their fingers off. Just trying to ship. So anyway, what do I want to do? Let me like recenter. Independent mode. Continue building the tree. Yeah, so in independent mode, you continue building the tree top down. I don't know where. Yeah, in independent mode. Yeah. You continue building the tree top down. Um, Possibly like augment like hard coded things like TDD. Let me like make it a sub list. Whatever. Hard coded like policies or something, or like hard coded like milestones. What I'm thinking of is like um what am I trying to say? Like simulation test or something. Or like what am I trying to say? Like NFR test or uh UAT. Yeah, let's say that. Like you have to have a UAT. Like I want to say SLA, but it's hard to, it's kind of hard to talk about SLAs on like day one, week one of a project. To some extent, they're not that. But and then also, who wants SLAs on a day one, week one project? Um, I think whoever's trying to sell SLAs to a customer a week after they launch can afford a real human, to, you know, CTO. So sorry, but QA is actually kind of more what I'm thinking. UAT. Uh-huh. I want to do like budget, like budget. I have this strong feeling of like it. It's awkward because day one is this massive spike in costs potentially on budget, and then also again, if I've got some ideas in here of like, unlike a human, you know, it might be proper. It might kind of work to just like reboot and retry to like um a more movie theme to do kind of what's the classic reset and retry movie? Groundhog Day. To do Groundhog Day. Um, and say, whoops, you know, the plan's still good. To some extent, we kind of rebuild, reapproach, change the temperature, whatever we want, change the prompt somehow, whatever that might mean. Somehow, and in a completely automatic way, you know, retry a part of this process, and potentially like I don't know, 10 times. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't. You know, a human would kill it. I guess it depends how. If it's like get some code working and that failed 10 times, that'd be silly. But like try 10 different, you know, burn into like acid tests against my system or whatever, or like write, I don't know, simulate 10 different. I could see, you know, I don't know. I could see it. I could see it. Okay, so budget. I'm normally, you know, I'm, I'm normally smarter. Just late. It's weekend, late night coding. Now what? Right. So the point is like unpack, you know, basically. Yeah. I think the planning process, let me just kind of save this notes on planning. Oops. Okay. Like this is super, super hard. This is kind of hard, and I'm about to look for. I'm gonna go look for open source software and stuff that approaches this. Nothing really jumped up, but I'm gonna try again. But this is the easy. What do they say? This is not the hard problem. The hard problem is independent mode, I think. Or maybe they're both hard. As far as implementing, they're kind of both hard. I'm gonna have to learn some tool that does some interactive stuff, or write my own agent, which I do not want to do. And then I'm gonna have to learn some tool that does independent or write my own agent, which I do not want to do. But that's do not want to do in an open sourcey context. I'm going to do some of these because I love it. But what you know what I mean. Okay. So now I'm afraid to click over some tabs, but I guess I'll start. Um, the plan was to have some software output today. Maybe we still can, testing some of these systems. But if there's no software output, um, I'll have to kind of assess. And I'll assess the next cycle. I think I said don't debrief after a huge late night session, so I won't. But if I learn a lot or kind of have a hypothesis about the plan, I'm gonna feel good because right now, like now that I've kind of learned at the kind of mid level, let's say, not at the highest level and not the lowest yet, but there's Claude.md and ways to set up conversations and all these great ways to control it. It's it's clear today, since yesterday or since whatever, since the last tick, that it's going to need an extreme level of detail explaining what to do with the fingers on keyboard. And that information is going to have to be so kind of high res that it can also be confirmed. There's the QC bot, I'll say, uh, is just prompted to find bugs and find errors in the development bot. And for the same reason that the owner of a company pays accountants to do their job and then pays auditors and they're kind of competing with each other. Accountants are, in some sense, in this example, trying to like be smart but never trigger an auditor's logic, and auditors trying to exhaustively check everything and find any possible trip, and they're kind of competing with each other. Or another kind of professional context is like committing, sending a PR. If I write up a PR and then the reviewer, there's in some sense a competition a little bit where the reviewer is saying this does not meet my, I mean, some of it you make it a team norm and it's kind of less competitive, but there is a fundamental competitive structure where you're saying this code should go in, and someone else is saying I'm going to read every line, and at any point I can kind of veto or feedback or whatever that looks like. Uh, that code review is like a slash command apparently in Claude Code, but that exact same, like, I think framework. I don't know. I don't know if it'll work. I was thinking have it also like go through think through the plan. I think I wrote down an MCP tool that's supposed to be able to help exactly that, plan things through. But I don't think even like a good LLM or an expensive LLM like challenging you to have the best plan is going to cut it. My gut feeling, with having done zero research so far, is it's so big. just like what to build, then like how to ship it, then how to test it, and then how to, I think it's so big. I mean, it would like you would instantly have a pretty big Confluence site or like, knowledge base or document just about your own site if it were resilient against an agent, tomorrow trying to shut it all down or like ransomware or something. And it has to be because these agents can't be trusted and I'm going to ship bugs and blah, blah, blah. So there has to be backups that this thing can't tamper with, every day and so on. There's going to be a lot to like get done just to get to Hello World is the point. To get to Hello World safely, there's going to be a lot to get done. And so I don't think like, just have I certainly plan on testing that MCP tool and that thing. I believe it will be part of the code base at this time, but that alone is, I don't think, even going to come close. It's going to be like that tool, like executed at every node of the like plan tree. It's going to be like a book, like before the agent before Claude Code even strikes a keystroke on the keyboard. And this is what I meant about depth first, or sorry, top down, breadth first, you might say. Kind of approach, because maybe there's some early stuff Claude Code could work on, could do from the early stages of the plan, or as the plan's getting, as like building the product has feedback of some sort that might have implications for how to deploy it or how to launch it. For sure. Like, is it WebSockets or not? If it's WebSockets, now all of a sudden you got to really pay attention to your like web's hosting on a cloud system, because if any proxies in there or whatever, it's super easy to get in trouble with WebSockets. And in principle, it's super easy to confirm that it's all fine or to use an architecture that works. So that's an example where the build out and like if the requirements change, then there might be a ton of downstream, changes. Okay. So I'm kind of putting off. Let's just be brave and drink some coffee and learn about some of these. It's kind of janky. I was expecting like really good tools to like build a plan. I was expecting it to be way further along. So, I mean, maybe I haven't found it yet. But I think basically, before I click, um, if I can implement or like feel pretty good on track for what I would describe as like a really thorough, like roadmap or implementation plan, very thorough from top down, creating all the you know, projects and all of it. God, there's gonna be a lot of leaf nodes. But anyway, if I can kind of simulate either the interactive phase one, the interactive information gathering phase, or where was I? Yeah, or phase or an independent mode where it's just like, okay, basically we're just using an LLM to write, to output, to expand, from the high level nodes of the tree to lower ones, right? But like the quality is the most important thing. It's not quantity, it's quality that matters. We need a very high quantity of very high quality writing, basically. I was even wondering, like, tools that help you plan a novel, like tools that help you write, big fiction where there's tons of structure and tons of, things happening. That was almost what I was thinking of investigating. If you type like planning, any of that, they all point you to their dumb agent frameworks, and they're all, is you get right back into this. Oh, you want agents to plan their work for you, and this is not that. So let me start clicking. Where are we? Yeah, I wrote this down. HTN. Did I write that down? Yeah. So here I go learning. I'm gonna have to learn. Oh, maybe I'll ask an AI. Yeah, let me actually start with Claude. Um, what am I trying to say? Like execution plan? All right, let's try it. Oops, should have done Opus, whatever. Okay. AI planning paradigms. But this AI, this is like video game AI. This is the old AI. Top down by decomposing. That's exactly, this is it, decomposing until reaching primitive actions. Now, something else I want to, is a note to self. Uh, um, Claude Code has a planning mode, so it's kind of text based. But before I start like certainly before writing from scratch, some kind of like tree plan tree builder or something like that, which um, see to what extent Claude Code in planning mode could do all of this. It might be a matter of like just calling it dozens of times to write out the top structure and write at the bottom and so on. All right. Hierarchical. Yes, that's how I'm thinking about a lot of this. Compound tasks, methods that break down into subtasks. Oh, I see. And primitive tasks. Oh, okay. Oh, in getting things done, this would be a project and this would be a task, if I recall correctly. Cool. The planner, uh-oh. So I need a decomposing into subtasks. You define a domain with compound tasks. Oh, that's what it says by defining a domain. Oh, geez. So I define the whole universe. Searches through different decomposition methods to find a valid plan. Okay. When you have domain knowledge about how complex tasks should typically be broken down. Bottom up from goals using forward or backward chaining. Okay. I don't know about emergent behavior. It doesn't prescribe specific decomposition paths. Game AI. Dynamically find creative ways to achieve goals. Oh, cool. HTN encodes the hierarchy in the domain knowledge. Yeah. I think, I don't know if I want either of these, but HTN. When you know good composition strategies, good decomposition strategies. I think I do. I think that's baked into the LLM, I think. Let's say an independent mode. I think I could tell an LLM, here's what I need at a high level. Give me like the 10 next level steps. And then, for all of these, give me the GitHub actions that get me there and so on. I do not want emergent solutions, I don't think. Or do I? I think I don't. I think I don't. If you're building a tree structure for detailed execution plans, well understood domain. Maybe I'll just ask it. Look into PDDL. Cool. Cool. It's a language. I got a language model. Cool. Do an audio check. Okay. Describing planning and scheduling problems. Okay. Separating the definition of a planning problem into two main components, the domain description, like the blocks world or a manufacturing one. A cookbook that describes the available ingredients, tools, and cooking actions. Okay. So then what? Automated planning systems. Planners. See, yeah, that's kind of the... I think this is not... I think we're doing LLMs. This is kind of... I don't know if this is relevant for LLMs. Let me keep thinking. Essential tool. Formally define planning problems. Yeah, is planning how to launch a product the same thing as planning how to like go pick up an object in space in robotics or like hit a tennis ball or something? Plan complex tasks by breaking them down. I mean, I kind of like that. Okay. Sequences of action. PR2 robot. Now there may be some like Python PDDL, you know, that's the next thing is PDDL is super Googleable. Do they call it paddle? Is that like the unquestionable? Okay. So we're parsing. All right. Predicates, cool. Actions. Domain object. Whoa, is PDDL like Lisp or something? As well as PDD problem. Problem. Requirements. Okay, I've got a goal. This is interesting. Output. Whoa, it's like scheme or something. Is it? Interesting. Are these like atoms or something? Like Ruby? Or I think scheme? Parse domain, parse problem. As a CLI tool. Interesting. If you enter, okay. All right. Sung heroes. Okay. Interesting. PDDL. Cool. I've been wondering, like, am I gonna want a data model of some sort to like model this out? That's been connecting into like, I think the reason my point was like these were stories. I still kind of think that's how it's supposed to work. Runbook.sh might be a starting point, but I'm now thinking of this like tree data model, you know, either replacing this knowledge base or augmenting it or something. I'm not sure. Or perhaps the data model is like built up dynamically in memory. It's not in storage in any way, but it's an important part of like prepping Claude Code or something. This tree plan. Okay, PDDL. Now, and this is cool because this is just like how to represent it, right? That's awesome. I don't know if I need PDDL, but I like how this just like uh, um, this is only about representing it. And the thing I'm about to go ask a language model, I bet this language model knows this and can crush this. It crushes these super like obscure, but like um, you know, like IETF or whatever, like kind of obscure standards or whatever. It crushes them in my experience. But do I need PDDL? Indirect variable addressing or dynamic object creation? Oh, I don't care. PDDL dealing with highly complex real world planning problems. PDDL is bound to basic arithmetic operations, cannot define more mathematical functions. Do I care? City planning can model and optimize public transportation schedules. Route planning. Plan tasks like fetching objects and open doors. Yeah, PR2 robot. What is that? Search it up. Is that a project? Research and development platform. Do they have just a... Here we are. Wait. Okay. Oh yeah, there is. I just missed the GitHub. GitHub. Okay, GitHub. What is this? What does the PR stand for? Okay. And then what's the... Was there a repo there? PR2 raw. Uses PDDL. All right, I've lost interest. Utilizes? This one uses PDDL, but this one utilizes PDDL. That's my pet peeve. I got to put that in my pet peeve project. Pet peeve. I don't know if I have this challenge. I don't know if I have this problem. To me, the problem is just how to write out the plan in enough detail. And I don't want to just like sit there and prompt it and have a janky ad hoc middle of the night prompting, project. I was hoping I want to use something. Maybe this could be the problem is I'm worried if I start building something that like really helps you think through a, any generic plan, I don't know if I'm on the right track. Again, if no one else in the open source world's doing it, it's kind of a red flag. I was expecting an open source. The dream is that there's an open source project to help you plan things in detail. And there's like hooks where it says, well, now we need to plan this, now we need to plan that. I don't know. And I could use that to plan a product launch. I don't know. Okay, let's keep learning. Can become complex for large scale problems. I don't know if I need PDDL. All right, some alternatives to PDDL. Right, right. A like tech startup. Right. I'm right. Okay. Hopefully it's writing for me. What's next? Awesome. It defines types. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna click over to this like document tree stuff. It's kind of more generic. My idea originally came from like reading big structured documents from like governments or IRS or something with, many chapters and sections and subsections. And you could really naturally represent it as a tree. They're written as trees. And that's it. Chapter is a branch, and uh, it might have like leaves or sub, branches under it, twigs or whatever you want to call them, under it, and but those branches all add up to the trunk or whatever, and that's the whole document, and so on. And because the content like also follows that structure, in other words, the chapter on like cars is all about cars, and the chapter on airplanes is all about airplanes. If you represent it as a tree, like chopping off branches and sub trees, really naturally works super well, because you're like, oh, take out chapter 4, or like let's just only look at chapter 4 and then all the sections inside of it, or let's take out some sections, and so then the subsections are also irrelevant. So instead of like, what page are we on? We're scrolling through HTML, or we're looking through pages or whatever. It's this super structured tree. And you can then if a document is a tree, you can combine trees to make a super tree, let's say, which you might call a library. And libraries might combine up into an archive, or whatever. You can grow, you can go as big or as small as you like. Well, now that I'm excited about these document trees, let me get out of PDDL. Wikipedia. Let me get Wikipedia to artificial intelligence planning. I don't think artificial intelligence plan. I don't think what I'm doing using artificial intelligence to plan is this. Okay, we're closing it. What are we doing? Consider existing frameworks like Shop 2. Oh, cool. Yes. Wait, where? Shop 2? Yes, Shop 2. Cool. This is cool. 281 commits 9 years ago? Okay. Claude does not know or mention like the maturity of projects that it recommends to me. I'm noticing this. Server? No, not JShop. Let's do JShop like project. It's gonna be an open source project, right? Cool. Ooh, nice. Whoa. Really? Shop, JShop, Shop 2, JShop 2. So this is Shop 2. Okay. Shop 2. Git fork. Okay. PyHop. Now I saw PyHop. Okay, so this is coming full circle. I saw PyHop. Oh, task network and goal network planning. No kidding. So June 2013, PyHop, a planner written in Python. Then 2019, Shop 3 in Lisp. But then 2022, GT PyHop. Okay. What is it? Yeah, description. Domain independent automated planning systems. Cool. That's exactly. Ordered task decomposition. Yes. Okay, cool. Cool. All right, but then we're off to GTPy. Now this thing had like 90 commits, 60 commits. Yeah. 60 commits 4 years ago. So it's quite possible they checked in something like relatively mature coming out of research work or something, but this is exactly what I saw. Automated. I don't know if this thing connects into LLMs. It's just before the like big public, before the LLM boom. But similar to PyHop Planner, mostly right. I read this several times today. This was the specific project I was thinking of. Look, it creates a plan to accomplish a to-do list of actions, tasks, and goals. Interesting. That's a nice simple data model. Okay. Construct a solution plan, a sequence of actions that accomplish all of the items in T. Yes. In the order that they occur in T. Good. Does a backtracking search in a planning domain. Yikes. Unlike the task list. Okay, maybe I can drop this into Claude Code and ask it how it could be used, if it could be used. Okay, for further information, overview, and additional information, the source file. Several example problem domains and test problems. Go to examples. Okay. Okay. Whoa. Backtracking. Nice. Goal planning. Run lazy look ahead. Nice. Lazy look ahead. Okay. H plan workshop. Okay, okay. Let's look at some examples. Nice. GTN. Okay. Backtracking HTN. What's a simple one? Simple. Thank you. Wait, simple HGN, simple HTN? What's an HGN? Okay, let's clone it and let's clone it and ask. It's deserved. It's earned a clone down. That's kind of. Does it? I forget. Where's the no preview? Does it save me any like CPU? Ah, does that save me any CPU or something? I'll keep that. All right. Okay. And then I'm going to ask it. What am I going to ask it? Oh, let's click it over into planning mode maybe and ask it. Maybe I'll just directly ask it my question. Whoops. I wonder if that's bad. Question mark for shortcuts. Bash mode? I don't know what that means. Yeah, these like update todos. I think that's all like emitted events or something that could be monitored and crashed if need be. Create Claude, yes. Right. Oh, I see what it did. It just clicked me over to this. That's fine. Cool. Good. That's a little bit of complexity I thought existed that does not exist. A little simplification. Okay. Okay, so if we click over to planning mode, the entire my challenge is to use an LM to plan the entire process of building a product, launching it, like deploying it, QA, quality assurance, QC, yeah, QA, like testing, like backups. No, let's just wrap up QA testing. It's as a tree. can be replaced with replaced with a tree. Higher resolution, like actions. Like yeah, like gets children. What deploy? What would be too plausible? Children for deploy to subtasks for deploy. Oh, like tests, like test and like test locally, let's say, like unit tests. Um, push to GitHub, CI/CD, push to GitHub. Okay, that is the thought. I don't know if that's. And each of those could be, etc. Can be replaced with a tree representing. Down to nuanced tasks. Something like that. Okay. My challenge is to use an LLM to plan. Okay, I want to structure the plan as a tree. I hope this tree hypothesis is right. I'm sort of moving forward, assuming that it's right, but whatever. Can be replaced with a tree representing higher resolution actions, sub actions. Oh, are you not gonna let me? Control B, Control B. Nope. Oh, at least you're gonna let me. Wait, can I? Oh, cool. They're giving me a little keyboard control. Okay. Sub actions, whatever. Representing the entire plan down to nuanced tasks. All right, let's just ask Claude Code what the heck. Module organization, right? Oh, and then I also just want to ask for like show me a couple of what was it? The simple example, let's say. Oh yeah, HGN and HTN. Let's just look at it though. Oh shoot, I don't want to write a ton of Python. Next we give a plan. Okay. Main. This is simple. How many lines of code is simple? HGN 325. HTN is 272. Is it kind of roughly the same? State, rigid relations. Whoa. Domain name was okay. Cool. Current file. So I made a domain. I kind of okay. I like domain. That's cool. Let me click off and read. So states and rigid relations. Okay, helper functions. Okay. Ooh, so all right, a major question is this has to connect to an LLM somehow. So helper functions is not bad. Maybe that's a mechanism to wire this thing up into an LLM. I feel like there must be LLM powered planners out there already. It's just really, really hard to Google. There's just so much noise in that sort of, with that language. All right, distance. If rigid.distance D is both. Okay. Okay. Don't really care. But now, wait, I have to implement my own is A? Okay. Walk, call, taxi. Okay. I don't love this. Hmm. Because the idea on my mind also is just like I mean, come from the other side and just say, all right, it's a list. We're just going to use Python nested lists to represent a tree structure, or we're going to pull any real simple data model that's like a tree data model of some sort, or like element tree, who knows, anything. Um, and just rock and roll. Just that's your tree. Tree. It's easy to do a tree. Um, but I want to keep researching, keep learning. I don't want to implement like a you know like a what one of those agent things. What am I trying to say? Like like a while true loop uh that says like while the plan is not complete, keep asking, think of questions. I don't it feels like it's going to be a total tar baby. Is that an Americanism, a tar baby? It's going to be a quagmire. It's going to be a total quagmire. It's going to be not fun. It's going to be a grind to write code like that, and it's going to be tedious quickly. That's my gut feeling. So, all right, if it's a person, okay, I kind of don't like this at all. All right, if P is a person, right, action, this happens with probability 1/2. Whoa, okay. All right, let's go see what did Claude have to say? Oh, shoot. Whoa, fluid hierarchical task network. Nice. Let's just go. Whoa. Godot. Nice. Okay. I can't tell if it's cool, if it's good or bad to steal from the video game approach. It's interesting. Okay. Is this a video game developer? Yes, right. Yes. Good photo. Bergen. Oh, cool. All right. A simple HTN planner based around the pencil with a builder pattern inspired by fluid behavior tree. Fluid HTN is a total order forward decomposition planner. Cool. Decomposition planner's cool. Comes with a domain builder. Specify design of code-oriented HTML domain. Partial planning. Nice. What language? Open source AI planner. Ooh, he's calling himself AI. Yeah, 4 months ago, of course he is. Right. Okay. How many forks? Normal, not a ton. Early rejection of replanning that can't win. Interesting. Replan only when plans fail or when the world state changes. Neat. Easy to extend, demonstrating the extension library. Neat. Uh-oh, is it Oh yeah, look, it's gonna be at best, it's gonna be like it's gonna be .NET. Okay. It's okay. At this point, that's not relevant. AI and games. Is it all for the like? Isn't it .NET? Is it Unity? That's .NET, right? I kind of want to make Claude Code like write up something like this. Advanced. Oh, let's see if Claude Code came up with any. Now these things are like trained to agree with you. I have a feeling it's going to say yes, but it's not going to be a good idea. Prototype LLM driven development planning. Study how task methods. You're going to do all this, right? Yes. Yes, do all that. Okay. I don't know if this is working, but it is not a programmer. It is not thoughtful. It's a real-time system. So let's rock and roll. Um, Effects apply. Operators are the logic. Let's see if there's another fluid. So here's Godot. I mean, we're in Docker. In principle, I mean, there's all sorts of ways to wire up these multi-language systems or whatever. Coughing, sorry. Mm-hmm. Wait, this is the Godot one, though. I don't know if that's the... There was like a call out, and they said, oh, we love this original fluid. So this is fluid HTN. Yeah, here it is, fluid behavior tree. That is not the Godot one. 354 commits. 6 months ago, okay. Fluid BT. Code-driven behavior tree. Oh, okay. Behavior trees for Unity 3D projects written with a code-driven approach. Inspired by Fluent behavior tree. Write your own custom reusable nodes. Debug your trees at runtime. That's cool. Man, I wonder when the first like GitHub to YouTube or GitHub to video comes out where I just say here's the GitHub project and it writes me up not just a demo but a video recording the whole demo and just lets me watch it in my car. It's not too far off. I mean, as a passenger. Okay. So the one reason these trees might not be appropriate is I think the world updating its state is a massive, uh, thing that happens. It's a big thing to think about, obviously, because it's a game. These things are all kind of reacting to each other. Whereas my planner, like the state of the world is effectively frozen. It's just huge, and I don't think the plan, like at no point, ooh, shoot. I don't know if that is true. There's supposed to be this idea of testing and feedback, and so that might be modeled as like a change to the state of the world. So I may be wrong, but my thought was, like software and products and things move far slower than the time of an LLM writing up a plan. So nothing changes. I don't. There's not a lot of actions to take. These things are full of actions. My goal is to write a giant book full of what's the thing, what are we doing, drill down, drill down, drill down until there's a Jira task that says uh, this is how this is going to, or there's one or more Jira tasks for everything that says this is how this thing's going to be, implemented or shipped or executed. All right, you can integrate your behaviors with several lines. They're proud of it. They're proud of that. Uh-huh. Okay. Cool. Right, right, right. Wait, what? Why is NPM? Or is this unrelated? Right. I think it's like an wait, no, scopes, com.fluid. What? Why is NPM in here? Oh, weird. Oh, they're saying NPM. Okay, I did not know NPM was connected to Unity packages. Decorators. Capture the flag project. I don't know if I need actions, conditions. Do I? Unity repo that demonstrates capture the flag AI. Uh-huh. Okay. Do custom action. It's still okay, okay, okay. Whoops. Oh man, I hate it. I thought I can do did. Yeah. What is this thing doing? Oh, this thing's trying to write this thing's code. Yeah, good luck. Mm-hmm. Past chance. This is slightly interesting. I've been thinking like, could these agents, if it succeeded, could it could it if the agent succeeded, maybe it will like consolidate too much. In other words, every solution is going to be the exact same tech stack every time. Because if they are able to share, and maybe to a degree that smart people think is not right. It's too much. It's like collapsing to this stable. I don't know. It's collapsing. Let's say the thought was like randomly, basically just randomly choose. Like if they say I don't care if it's AWS or Azure or Google. I don't know why I stop at those three, but you know, rather than just like look up the knowledge base, maybe there's some mechanism to just say, well, I'm just gonna flip a three-headed coin here and choose one of them and literally randomly choose, like make kind of like significant but kind of arbitrary decisions randomly. Uh, Things like that, things that are kind of replaceable, like which cloud are you on? Uh, Assuming if the constraints don't preclude that. Um, that was a sort of thought, but I don't. I'm not. I'm starting to think. No, I don't directly need these repos or this sort of thing. Hmm. I don't think so because these are all like uh, these are all kind of duplicative of the agent frameworks, and like goodness knows there's plenty of frameworks and tools that are saying, hey, use my framework to, define or build or orchestrate or execute or implement your agents. And this kind of feels duplicative a little bit. Okay. I just don't know anything about. It seems a little kind of arcane. What's going on with these trees? But I think like being a character in a video game, I'm sure there's other use cases, there's other decisions to make besides in the kind of cliche NPC. Whoops. But I don't know if that's the same as I know what I'm thinking. Okay, these things are like I think these things are modeling the HTN planner. These things are modeling the plan as a tree. I want to behavior trees. I think these trees represent like I'm talking about a table of contents in a book, and really not much more than that necessarily. Um, but a relatively uh like a big book, with many sections and subsections kind of thing. That's what I'm thinking, because only by building it like a tree top down can you keep it in the, you know, keep it in the token window and session size and all sorts of practical constraints that we've got, um, and keep it bite-sized and kind of get it all done. So I think, right, my output looks like this, so I think this is not a fit. I was kind of looking forward to wiring up some .NET or some Mono. I used Mono for a long time there. And Iron Python on Mono. It was awesome. It just took too much work in hindsight to keep it all connected as all these bizarre systems. But so awesome. I was looking forward to that. But whatever. Fine, fine, fine. Ooh, maybe a project. Yeah, I guess I'll write this down. A dog food project on my video games. Let me write down dog food project for video games. Um, I don't know if this will work or whatever. Maybe I'll make video games a section, because it's possible I'll have to cut all video games like from the scope. I don't know if video games like is in scope, but whatever. For now, we're just playing on the whiteboard. So video game. Yeah, example, find an engine, a 2D platformer, Godot, NES. Here's one, like fork an NES game, or like let's say a SNES game, and like add AI to a character, like fork um well, proprietary. Ooh, proprietary would be even harder. Isn't there an open source like fork yeah, whatever, like fork a game, fork a classic game, and make like a character, make an NPC like uh AI, right? Like maybe one of those. Let's get something out of these, like fluid. What is that? Yeah, fluid behavior to fluid HTN. Oh, let's copy the whole link. Let's just enjoy ourselves. We're stopping and smelling the flowers. That's fine. This is why after like you do this for 20 years, you end up knowing a lot about a lot. You end up knowing, you end up have this nice broad kind of memory and knowledge of tons of stuff. I'm still super happy with building out the original like uh kind of web app because firstly it felt good to ship something even if it's just a little thing, and it like really crystallized my thinking. It validated. I woke up the next morning thinking, oh yeah, desktop browser for sure. That is definitely the only safe way forward. And it felt good to know, oh, it's already checked in. It's done. It wasn't just a dream. It's checked in now. Um, Super validating, super inspiring, super encouraging. Uh, so I don't really consider this time wasted, but it's kind of one might consider it time wasted. So let's just copy this link. Is this the one that I would actually use? 148 unit tests. I'm only impressed at 150 or greater. So, but these are still the sung heroes. Unity pack. Yeah, we could possibly do it. Inspired by Fluid HTN. Let's just call it and move on. Okay. And or like something LLM. Or NVIDIA. Doesn't NVIDIA have stuff for gaming? I know it sounds weird. We've like looped, but like AI stuff for games. I know they have. I seem to recall they had some kind of seemed like esoteric but genius. I think like open source transformer models. It's something about like generating 3D spaces and things like that from some sorts of limited input or modest input, like photographs or descriptions or something, and then boom, you have a 3D space. Uh, I mean, I just assume, I've never thought about it, but what's it called? Procedural, levels or whatever. It's I always knew that AI could help the NPCs like decide to do stuff. Anything could be expressed in language, but I bet procedural levels like maybe they'll change the name. They're gonna get really good. Procedural levels are like random levels. I'm guessing there may be like a phase of kind of bugs. Like levels that can't be solved or whatever. Everything that Apple's holding their powder dry on because the quality's no good. All that. They're going to ship that in video games. And then after they tidy that up, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Okay. Where the heck did my thing go? I don't even, I've totally lost track of NVIDIA. Okay. Yeah, totally. I want to give a specific example to get inspired, to be inspired. I think get inspired is an Americanism. I don't mind Americanisms, but I try not to. I want to say I want to know when I do it. I hate inadvertent Americanisms. Okay. Fork classic game and make fork fork a video game and make an NPC AI. Like NES or SNES would be really awesome. Let me think. Well, let's just ask Claude. Let's just ask ChatGPT or something. Claude. Give me each. Um like impactful, like impressive. Wait, impactful is impressive. Uh, what am I trying to say? Viral. You know. Um, what am I? Impression. AI, right? Let's say. Let's do 10 each. I'm less confident that this. And let's expand the scope, right? What would like SNES, SNES? Would Pokemon do it on Game Boy? Nah. What other platform? Let's pick one other platform, like PlayStation. I want to say like, what's the one with what was the like most classic version of all Metal Gear? Right, all the major. There we go. Give me 5 examples each. Like different, much smarter or different, or challenging, or turncoat, etc. Yeah, let's hear it. We're we're open sourcing hardcore. I mean, this is so like if I were at work right now, I would be like log out, put it in Jira, move on, we're done. We're not doing this. But this is why open source, and this is why like the creativity comes out of open source for sure. You know, there's the triangle of like what is it? Like timeline is competing with quality, and all of those are competing with what? It's like choose between quality, oh, and speed. Just on the quality speed spectrum, you know, the dial is completely turned towards quality, you could say, or at least speed is not a priority. Bowser. Yeah, redesigning castle layouts, maybe. That kind of requires an input and output adapt. I guess all of this does. Ganon. Yeah, I was thinking of that. Final Fantasy, Mother Brain, control the layout. Yeah, you know, Chrono Trigger, just making them say, like, just giving them more dialogue to say could be enough. PlayStation 1, I don't know it well enough. That's it. Yeah, that was exactly it. Ganondorf. No, no, no. I just want one example. PlayStation 2. Oh, we're getting into modern stuff I don't know. Let's keep it on wait, what happened? Oh no, my first like tired mistake, like tired mistake. I forgot to write Bowser, Ganon. I was thinking something in Zelda. I think the answer is Zelda. None of these seem obviously better than the other. All these seem kind of lame. I was thinking, no, it's not like Mario Kart. Dark Link, yeah. Let me think. I'm thinking of Mega Man. Yeah, Lavos. No. What is this? Super Nintendo? Yeah, Super Mario World. Yeah, Super Mario World. I have to come to a decision on this. This is stupid. Castlevania, some different minions. That's ooh, Mike Tyson. Yes. It's Mike Tyson. It's Mike Tyson, and it generates like random patterns. That's it. It's Mike Tyson, but instead of all the patterns we've mastered, boom, new patterns. It's exactly the same game. And then, I mean, the theory, I don't know if this is either doable at all or doable today or in scope for this DevOps thing. It might be a little out of scope, but I love it. I love it. I'm glad. Good. Time well spent. So it's Mike Tyson's Punch Out, but it's like, it's monkey patched, you would say, you know, but it's patched, but like patched with like a script. Don't they have like a Lua script? To generate like random, what do you call it? Like random patterns for, you know, Bald Ball, right? Every time you play the game to generate a new random pattern for Bald Ball every time you play. Something like that. They could also talk. This is insane. I'll just write it down. If they know you, there's no way it would know you, right? No, that's good enough. Cool. Captured. Done. Thank you, Claude. Fluid. I'm going to miss this project. Domain splicing. Awesome. Let's get out of there. Godot. Okay, so same thing, but it's Godot basically. Add on copycats. Cool. Awesome. That's a super fluid PT. Cool. Now we're on, oh, we're back on GTPy Hop. So let's unwind the stack a little. A working proof of concept showing hierarchical decomposition. A detailed integration strategy for LLM-driven planning. Cool. Let's go read that then. What is this? And this is Docker. Let's just do a new tab real quick. Where is that? GT. Do I want code? I guess so. Here we are. So this is new. Use an LLM to automatically generate task decomposition trees where the high level goals. Yes, I think this is a correct description of the problem. Deploy high level goals like deploy product, decompose into subtasks like run tasks, decompose into atomic actions like PyTest. Yes, yes, exactly. Natural language goal, element analysis, GT PyHop task methods. Oh, it generates Python. Okay, this is either insane or brilliant or meh. This is definitely on the bell curve somewhere, I guess is what I'm saying. Or brilliant. Okay. Makes sense. Pardon me? Okay. Context-aware planning. The LM analyzes a code base. Okay, and then what? LM API call. That's so funny. Like, Claude Code wrote this, but it never occurred to Claude Code to like use Claude Code for doing something that it's quite good at. I think. But whatever, it's just a write-up. Fixed method priority order. Let me click myself on just to get back on. think that's right. So what? Okay. Choose the best method based on context, right? This is kind of bad. Like method, time constraints. Oh, method. Okay. I guess. Okay. Error recovering and replanning. This is interesting. When atomic actions fail, LLM can generate alternative approaches. Right. LLM generates. Okay. Right. So, I mean, some of the things I described tonight, I would have to implement all that by hand. This like this utopia of oh, the whole plan's a tree, and if anything fails, you just kind of cut the tree at that branch, at that node. You cut that branch basically, and you have to you have to heal that branch, right? So if the you know coding fails, you got to keep coding until the coding is done, and once the coding like passes, that branch is done, whatever leaf nodes were in there, of course, and then testing, same, likewise. So I do appreciate if any of that might be kind of handled. That's exactly the sort of thing I was hoping already exists, and there's consensus and broad usage and this sort of thing. Um, all right. Alternative approaches to achieve the same goal. Okay. I still kind of don't understand the what do you call it? The like kind of the purpose. It's not clear whether I'm using or misusing or abusing that like this framework to accomplish what I'm doing. I mean, my mind is just like a simple kind of diagram on a whiteboard, or like if you imagine Miro, a Miro board, and you could zoom in and zoom in and zoom in infinitely deep, as it were, to get to more and more level of detail. And that's an extremely like simple. Again, I mean, you could do that with just Python nested lists if you had to. Okay, this is kind of neat. God, I've never like you know, um, this is the Claude Code breakthrough. Basically, this is what people are talking about. Um, I've never developed this way exactly. It's very, very similar. Um, this sort of thing could just as easily have been out there on the internet or in a Medium post or something. But my, you know, tool chain wrote up a little treatment for me. The only problem is because these things are so eager to please, it's not clear to me if this is good. I kind of want to say build it, but let's actually see. Right. Uh-huh. How deploy decomposes into test and build. Right. Okay. The problem is like this is what I meant. Some of these have to be like hard coded. There must always be a test step, for example. But also like the LLM, only the LLM in concert probably with a bunch of helpful context can flesh out comprehensively the subtasks. Maybe I could tell that to Claude Code and say, do it again. All right, let's read this code. I don't even know if it'll run. And then am I going to need like LLM keys or something? What else did it do? Software development planning? Okay, let me read software development planning now. Deploy product down to atomic actions like run, git, push. Okay. Okay. Right. Python. This is why like lines of code count, especially when you zoom into like the hour or the day or even the week level of resolution. It's so uh what am I trying to say? It's so like varied, you know. I still think it's more likely than not that I'm not going to use this tool. Even though it's awesome, it's not what I need, I think. And it seems like it's going to be like staging unit test and line check. Right. This is basically your um your Python lists here. Mhm. This isn't bad. I could maybe write an agent to, populate these rigid dot deployment requirements. Wait a second. Rigid dot phase dependencies. Wait, what's rigid? Okay, what's rigid? Rigid relations. Oh, okay. I have rigid relations. I have, that's my hard coding I've been talking about. Maybe, do these rigid relations capture my hard coded stuff? I don't know. Project types. NPM test is in here. It's kind of strange, but whatever. So this is just a dictionary, right? Yes. Yep, no build command. Okay. Okay. Straight up Python list. I was thinking of capturing this just like plain text, let the LLM like just the string development, comma staging, comma production. I don't know. But if if the package is known ideally, but it's also possible to add it to the context, to the prompt. This thing could, I think the idea was that the LLM or an agent or something like that writes this code dynamically, as it were, as an implementation detail to fleshing out, how are we going to launch this startup, right? How are we going to launch this infrastructure? Check region. Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure. Wow. Okay, the little dependency tree, a little dependency graph here. So build depends on test, deploy depends on build and test, right? QA depends on deploy. Oh yeah, that's what I said in my prompt at some point, I believe. Oh yeah, I wrote that. I think I wrote that up. Okay. And then what? Test depends on nothing. Mm-hmm. Dependencies between development phases. Okay. Wait, where are we in the code base? Shoot, line 50? There's 300. This thing wrote 390 lines of code. Okay. It's kind of a lot of code. Okay. Is it worth reading? Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. It's going to be a lot of effort. Like, this is a big old data model basically to maintain, to juggle. There's going to be code to have to maintain this. So there's some investment costs to use this. Like, even if it's generated, you got to prompt it and teach it and all that. So, right. Okay, okay, okay. I think this is not. We're about to, because it says at the top, and I said in my example, like the leaf nodes put the fingers on the keys, as I like to say. And so it's, I don't think I'll be using GT PyHop to accomplish this. I think an agent will prompt. The current thinking is it's the matrix, it's all the memory and context and prompting Claude Code, and no, and only that. Yeah, I don't think this. What's this? Quality check basic, quality check comprehensive. I don't think the other one may be helpful, and this one might be not helpful. Right. No. No, this is exactly the sort of thing I think should be in, for other reasons, I think should be in like Stack Overflow, let's call it format, like Markdown format in the knowledge base, in the most like accessible, like LLM friendly way. This is not LLM unfriendly, but no. And then also this may start to overlap with that open, with that, what is it? What's that project? Runbooks.sh. I still want to kind of learn how that works. So let's go back to planning then, now that I've read that. And then this is 200 lines of code. So, okay. I don't understand this code status, but PyTest. Is it actually, right. It always does this print thing. Test pass equals true. And why? How does it know? And why is it saying action? Okay, run the build. Python setup build. Okay, this is definitely off track. Commit code. Oh man, is this thing gonna work? Declare actions. Run test. Okay, so declare actions. Cool. Is this GT PyHop? Is this an instance somewhere? This is not like a global. Whoa. Okay, it's a global. Okay. Okay. All right. Task methods. Okay, cool. States passed in, run tests, commit code. Okay, so then who runs all these? Do these all have to be like declared or registered now? Is that the idea? Def. Yes. Cool. Yes, exactly. Awesome. Okay. Oh, okay. This once again, this is overlapping with all the new agentic frameworks. This I don't know if it's fair to say this is like the old way or something. And I mean, maybe the LLM can help make the decisions, and this thing can represent uh stuff. But to the extent that it's like following the plan, I don't need help following the plan. I need help writing the plan. Visualize plan tree. Visualize how a task decomposes. Whoa. But I don't want to like close the door too much before I don't understand, because I like, or close the door before I do understand well, because it could either be bad examples. These are all kind of hard coded, and I would do it way more dynamic. I don't know. But this is not coming in top down. This is the problem. That's the problem. This is not coming in top down, and certainly this is not interactive. Obviously, maybe I should switch my brain over and get into interactive mode, or like just read about. For all I know, it could be a completely different kind of approach or tool to flesh out stuff to come to an agreement, to, think through all that interactively in a chat versus this thing, which is completely, what's my word? Independent. I should rename it to like trustworthy mode or something ridiculous. Trustworthy mode, fire and forget mode, just sleep easy mode. All right. See, like maybe this entire thing's super dynamic, and it's more just that for some reason there's a good advantage kind of capturing and representing it in this system, maybe maybe using Python for, I don't know, dynamically generating that Python, stuff like that. And so these are bad examples, but the approach, I guess that's what I'm still undecided. I'm not certain that the approach is wrong, but just that the examples are bad. I could go back obviously and ask. It's cheaper for me to talk to myself than ask Claude Code. I should try to run the dang code though. Let's try to run the code. Let me make it do it because I'm sick of let's see it. See, this is the fingers on keys I'm talking about. Nice, what crashed? Oh, cool. Wait, did it work? Whoa. It's give me a break. Oh my God. Oh my God. What is the joke? Like, if you know the second verse of the British national anthem, then you must be a spy. It's like this is so like dripping with AI, like, you know, butt kissing. All right. That was fun. Show me a control R. Let's see. Oh, there's the tree. Cool. Whoa, this is doing stuff. Okay. I feel like dumb right now. Like, even Claude Code is. I was fully expecting a string of exceptions and stuff. This is way. Okay. Yeah. Okay, it built a tree. Okay. Well, how's that cool though? It looks. Let me just go look like deploy simple real quick. Deploy simple. So prepare code. That's kind of interesting. If not state.deploy, that's almost Reacty. Because so the state can change. Okay. That's interesting. So prepare code, build project, and deploy app. Oh, I think, whoa. I think I'm reading this. I think the way it's outputting, it's not a quality system, or it's not a good programmer. It's a good real-time system. I think the way this is working is this is like the title. So, or this is so deploy simple has been actually, let's look this up. Deploy decomposes. I mean, how's this any different from like a make file or a rake file? Let me look though. Deploy right? Like I could represent this in rake or make or something also in a language model. I wouldn't even have to run make or rake of a language model could like simulate an entire make dependency tree or whatever. Deploy, okay. Yes, okay, full pipeline is deploy. A little bit of problems with like stringification, you know, opaque strings. Okay, deploy. Visualize plan tree, deploy state. Find the plan, okay. Find the plan, whatever. Wait, where's that dang dependency defined? Let me just look up deploy simple. So, oh, declare task methods deploy. Deploy simple. And what is this deploy with verification? Okay. This might be good. Like that the tree doesn't represent like everything I see here. Okay, cool. Prepare code simple. Prepare code with testing. Prepare code. Wait, prepare code. Method. Prepare code simple. Okay. Now what? Context aware planning. Same deploy goal. Okay. Yeah, almost like React, you know, whatever your props or your state coming in, that'll change the plan. Oh, that's neat. Python, right? Actual execution plan, high level goal deploy decomposes into 4 executable steps. Let's go look for that code. Decomposes. Here, nope. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, I'm reading the wrong output. I'm reading a copy of the output in the summary. Okay. Cool. Cool. Initial project state. State test project. Test pass equals false. Build complete equals false. Okay. Build complete. Interesting. Action. Python setup build. Build equals true. Oh. Oh, are these prints statements just placeholders? If they're placeholders, that's awesome. If they're placeholders, or at least that's better, that's good. That's awesome. The point is I implement that at the moment. I think the idea is that's the handoff to Claude Code to put the fingers on the keyboard. That's the handoff. Because it's a Python project. I don't imagine this would ever be in the real code base, and a big if. I don't, but I can imagine that like the plan changes depending on the context or the state or the props, right? The state, let's say, let's follow what it's doing. That's kind of neat. And my thinking of like, you have to build the tree top down, right? You have to say, okay, we're gonna write some code, and then like you have to confirm it, let's say. Or let me not use pronouns. The let me do this. Let me turn myself off and go to the like architecture and point at stuff. Did I write any notes? I don't even remember. Did I capture anything new? I'll just say whiteboard. Okay. Um, when the when the agent chats with the product owner, I want to rename this agent. It's too generic. It's lame. When the agent chats with the product owner and they come to all these agreements, I think, and suppose, let me think through a specific example actually. So then, and the product owner says, before you spend any money, before you spend any money on anything, I want to like see the product, let's say. So what that means is you cannot, push to staging or whatever and show that to the product owner. That's precluded. That's a constraint. That's a constraint. God, I have no idea how this thing's going to think to ask all these questions. There's no like forms. There's got to be a thing where, I give it my Google form and boom, out pops a kind of a chatbot that can, talk through it all and ideally like in the most efficient possible way. Like it'll auto group, stuff, or once you say something once, it doesn't ask you twice, it doesn't ask you again, and so on. Shoot, I want to like, it's a long shot. Let me kick off a quick little like Claude search or something to look into that. I think it's a long shot. What the heck did I just say? I'm definitely feeling the 3 a.m. kicking in. Let me think. I'm not sure if I want research. I think I want just search the web. What is it? I'm not sure if I want research. I think I want just. I'm gonna rewind, listen to my own notes. Let's say. So what that means is you cannot listen to my own notes. Push to staging or whatever and show that to the product. That's precluded. That's a constraint. That's a constraint. Yes. God, I have no idea how this thing's gonna think to ask all these questions. Oh yeah, that's what it was. It was forms to like any like open source tool, framework, library, etc. Any language. With any functionality at all related or similar to like converting a form into a ideally, what did I say? Ideally, like efficiently, ideally an interactive conversation. I'm bringing in like, I think I saw someone said like, ooh, advanced users love to like push their super detailed agenda into every like sentence. Maybe I'm doing that. This is like, yeah, let me say, instead of getting into efficiencies, I feel like this is going to be like the new, like there was a while there when like wizards and wizard UI like got invented. And then, there was this like super, intuitive or yeah, all these things. like wizard installation, usually for installing software. An installation wizard, you know, whatever. All these, like a Windows installation wizard. But then, like, it expanded beyond. Oh yeah, this is like this is the OG. But it expanded. Then so many people clicked next and installed software like this that became like a design language basically. And then on the web there were frameworks to do these sorts of things. They still kind of exist. What is it, like Storybook JS, or what's the one for kind of highlighting and pointing out parts of your website and you can click I understand and all that? It kind of, I think, maybe come from this sort of family tree, but it became more or less intuitive because everyone knew them. And I think like form to chatbot might be the new one. There's the basic idea, and everyone's going to have to do a bunch of implementations because it's so like broadly needed. Here's a list of stuff we need answered. Let's do it. Ooh, conversational form. Whoa, exactly. Yes. 1,000 commits. Oh, 4 years ago though. Wow. Oh dear. Is that just before the LLM boom? Oh my God, did they? Right. I'm not sure. Okay. But basically, this is exactly it. It just needs to be LLM is basically all you need. Let's see. There might be more. Mm-hmm. Whoa. Okay. Because if there's conversational forms, I'm loving that language. That's super, Googleable and stuff. If that's possible. Whoops. Let me, let me do microphone check. I'm just still paranoid. Super like that. Yeah. Um. Oh, is my video off? If yeah, if this is super. This is super encouraging. What else? Okay, React. Did I click on it? Wait, what the heck? Example. Wait, I don't want the example. Hold on. Back up. What is this? This does feel. Wait, is this React or is this OG? This is OG. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So they're doing somewhat like contemporary Java, or they're doing this is straight up like good JavaScript. Okay, cool. Wonderful. Mm-hmm. Wait, do I know Felix? So many Felixes. I think no. Okay. Sung hero though. Total sung hero. Although I don't believe I'll be using the package, but I mean, in the fullness of time, the Sung Hero system should, like, conversational form did provide an input in this brief moment, if there's going to be content out there that like either humans access rarely or even LLMs or agents access rarely, but it's worth tracking because, data's cheap and all this. I want Felix and Jens as a sung heroes to say, oh, the this concept grew into the product, basically, right? All right. Conversational form. Totally cool. The point though is if it doesn't ask me for LLM, it's got to be LLM, right? That's the table stakes. All this stuff has to be LLM. No one's gonna. I almost want to look up, but I won't. That like hot hot chatbot moment. I clearly remember when chatbots was really hot in the development, or relatively speaking, it was peaking in the community as like a sensible way to build interfaces. Like, don't have forms, for example. Just ask yes, no questions and let people click, like exactly the way stuff works with SMSs and confirming your doctor's appointment, all that. And then, um, it lost, at least, I don't know Facebook Messenger, but it lost a relative mind share for sure. And then, of course, there's a renaissance with the LLMs. Include conversational. Okay. Good. Right. Well, that's cool. I can just throw it in. And then what's the point? So you pull in the form. If you forked a while ago. Okay. Oh, did they? Okay. Cool. Neat. It's, what is it? How many commits? 1,000 a few years ago, though. Okay. So something, my understanding, I could ask Claude Code to do. I don't know if I want to. Yeah, I do. You can make it like read the whole Git history there. Which, let's experiment with that. And also, I want to, now that I'm thinking about it, I want to experiment with that GH command line. Uh-oh. We have GH? Yes, we do. So I don't have to log in. Whatever. Create, yeah. Make authentic. Oh, I see. Attestation. Whoa. Yeah, auth. Authenticate. Let's do that. GH auth. Is that going to work for me? Whoa. Log in. Okay. Q. Oh. Yes, please. What? Are you generating one for me? Wait, what? Upload your SH key. I already have. Where do you use GitHub? What is your preferred? Upload your SH key. I did already. Of course I did. Hold on. GitHub. For Git operations? Definitely SSH. Upload. Oh, okay. Skip uploading. Yes. Yes, thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Press enter. Okay. Thank you so much. Boom. Yes. Richmond. Very good. Oh, gotta authorize it. Okay, let's just check. GIS, read and write, organizations, write, and repositories, public and private. Code. Okay. Oh, that reminds me, before I forget, when you're ready, authenticate. Oh my God. See if this passkey, I hope I have the right device. Let me do it. Come on, Schwartz. No, it's saying no. Oh. Good, we're getting that Zoom feeling I was hoping for. Got it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. With that done, just in case, what's the point? We're going to clone. Is that it? Nope. Gotta go get it again. Where was that? So I want to clone down conversational form. All right, whatever. Pull it down. Okay. That SSH key. Well, okay. So then, Claude. Boy, somebody needs to just launch a Claude, either just a ton of pull requests or like a little repo. just full of Claude.mds just to save people all their tokens. We're all getting the same. We're all getting the same init, right? I wish we could just for all the open source projects in GitHub, basically. Someone needs to just donate a bunch of Claude.md outputs. That'd be fun. Ah, let's make it a dog food project. That's cool. Almost feels more like a GitHub action than a real infrastructure. But maybe that's it. Maybe it's just a quick GitHub action. You know? Where's the dog food? Dog food. There it is. I'll keep video games there. So what would it be? Like a little bot, a bot that clones an open source Git repo. You know, example, GitHub, GitLab. I think that was what I was on today. Totally. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that could almost be like just a tiny bit of, not even Terraform, you know, just some GitHub actions almost. Although to make it randomly go out and, you know, find random projects, it's, you know, actions are associated with their projects or their repos and so forth. So that might be a fun thing to solve. Perhaps like randomly choose, you know, like do like 10 projects a day or see what it costs and just submit. It's also, I mean, I guess, right. I wonder if some people, I wonder if there's an etiquette boundary to be, you know, to be aware of and to be sensitive to, with, you know, generating stuff and submitting PRs. To me, I feel like, oh, first of all, I'm dog fooding my project, you know, and I'm just open sourcing here and I'm having fun and we're all having fun. And secondly, I'm basically giving you a cache, really of I'm giving you a like a what do they call it, a token cache or something, or whatever they call it now, um, a query cache, you know. So you don't have to generate your own Claude.md. I'm saving you a few tokens. Um, I've just simply spent a little bit of, you know, tokens or money and for you, and I'll give you the output as a gift. And then I could see how the recipients and the maintainers of this project, some of whom I think are dealing with like AI slop already, might feel that that's um, like rude or something. Let me click back on my camera. I mean, I think this would be super hard because I think to do it correctly, you'd have to like you know how the um those task people, you know, like overwrite the memory of the game. Um you could use the emulator. You wouldn't have to like buffer overflow or do any kind of security breaks or that sort of thing. In fact, there's probably a really awesome the I'd love to learn it. There's an awesome like API and scripting language and all this. You can like, I think, you know, do all this fun hardware stuff like check registers and even like set like breakpoints and conditional points on like hardware registers with this super high level, you know, scripting language. It's awesome. Um, but I think you'd have to like basically generate machine code and then like hot, you know, and then like monkey patch that into the, you know, memory of the Nintendo, let's say, for it to really work. Or at least that'd be my theory. Because I don't think that Lua, I don't know how fast it runs. I don't know. Maybe the Lua can just, you know, maybe like when Bald Bull's about to punch, Lua decides randomly whether to like jump, you know, to go to some sort of already punched state. I have no idea how all that works. Um, so I love it. I love it. That's a obviously a trivial, kind of silly thing to think about and spend time on, especially this time. But the way, I mean, the thing about open source is motivation. Um, it has to be like so motivating. Oh yeah, click on my camera. It has to be so motivating that the way when you're working on open source, or I guess maybe any personal project, but with this open source for sure, it has to be so motivating to you that you'll do it, you know, in lieu of, you know, other coding or other demands on your attention and time. You have to make it a priority, especially if you want to do anything kind of decently good. You got to put in um, significant time, decent time. It's very much, you know, they say it's very much, it's not how many years you've done open source, it's how many hours you've done open source. I think that's true. So it's never time wasted, in my opinion. But you got to be motivated. So I'm completely proud to say that right this second, my dog food use case is more interesting to me than the parent project. Right this second, with all my coffee in me in the middle of the night. Um, what was it? Yeah, fork a video game. If I could boot up Mike Tyson's Punch Out and it was random, or like even better, like if I could, you know, talk to it. Oh, you know, oh man, or maybe like maybe another easy goal, and or like custom trash talk, right, from the LLM, you know. So when in between rounds and all of that, that would be a really easier, presumably much easier. I'm sure those are stored as strings or whatever, custom trash talk, especially like without really deeply changing the logic of the game, just swapping out those text strings. Hot from an LLM, that'd be really cool. Like you punched me, you know, 37 times, you know, last round, and I punched you more or something like that. That'd be funny. Taunts, especially like facts-based taunts, based on the statistics of the fight. Uh, we're doing it. That's another idea. Yeah, example. Fork a video game example. Mike Tyson's Punch Out, but patched with Lua. Right. We're going deeper. We're going deeper on Mike Tyson's Punch Out at 3 o'clock in the morning. To use. Yeah. Right. Way easier goal. Actually, the custom trash talk, uh, you know, without ever expanding string lengths, basically, right? like overriding strings, or like the most risk you're taking is you're adding I don't even know if they do like C, like zero terminated strings. It might depend game to game, studio to studio. But um, if that's the most risk you're taking, I think this thing should maybe be able to do that. Where fork means like get one of these nice modern emulators that let you, intercept and do game genie stuff and all these types of things. Um, that gives me another idea, and then I think I'll carry on. I want to, yeah, I don't have to code tonight, but I want to learn quite a bit more. I want to have way more opinion and informed opinion about the plan and the tree, the what did I call it? The plan tree, and how that might work. And also, it's starting to feel like uh God, I'm like making up this whole like cinematic universe. It's starting to feel like interactive mode and independent mode might be kind of different approaches, different implementations, basically two sets of code, double the line count that I was hoping, or that I was kind of thinking. If lines of code, two different implementations, because they're such different challenges. We'll see. Oh, and then that gave me another idea for video games. Yeah, that totally gave me an idea for video games. Definitely got to be careful because all these ideas are like how to do it with Nintendo. Because I'm trying to get excited, and Nintendo um, excites me. Incidentally, like yesterday or whatever, the other day, the new Ninja Gaiden came out, and I'm not playing Ninja Gaiden. I'm writing code. I'm talking about writing code. I'm writing readmes. I'm writing vaporware. Instead of playing Ninja Gaiden. And the reason is I have to be, inspired. I have to feel good. I have to feel progress. It doesn't have to be impactful, but it has to be progress, at least in theory. I do want this to be impactful, but just talking about open source motivation. I hopefully someday I'll be on here talking about open source pull requests and all this grinding, grinding it out, release management. I've done a ton of release management and all sorts of, I'll be like, oh, complaining. And like, it would be a luxury to talk about motivations or something. But at this moment, that's all I've got. So the idea is, um, it's not fork a video game. Let me just say, let's just call it AI NPC, right? We're proud to just cynically throw out buzzwords. hmm And so, like, let's say web-based. So the other idea is web-based, like NES emulator. Oh man, that's super dangerous. I don't think this could work. I guess the web-based emulator could work, but publishing it to the public web, um, is is bad. I certainly have no intentions of ever pulling any like ROM. Like I will never pull Mike Tyson's Punch Out the ROM for this project. I don't want to touch anything that's not licensed, properly up and end to end. That's just basic table stakes for good software. And so I'm gonna have to. This is gonna have to become an open source game. Yeah, it'd be more viral to go Mike Tyson Punch Out, but whatever. Um, Okay, cool. So then, just to wrap up this idea, it's a web-based emulation. It's a web-based NES emulator, but here's the point: you just talk to it. In English, in natural language, and it implements it as Game Genie, right? Or, I mean, I don't think this is plausible, but in principle, it could do its own like hot patching, monkey patching, memory overrides or whatever, and it implements it as a Game Genie or similar approach, or similar approach, you know, and it implements it. In the hardware, right? So, cool. Yeah, I mean, that's the dream, right? The dream is you pop in a Nintendo game, and instead of Game Genie and codes, you just shout into the room, I want Mario to jump twice as high. And then Mario jumps twice as high in your emulator because of the coding, right? It's just a coding. It's a vibe coding. It's basically a vibe coding implementation, or it's a vibe coding use case. So awesome. I gotta calm down with video game use cases, though. I still think I might. Talking of excising subtrees, I might cut this entire thing from this even the scope of possibility. All right. There's a ton more to. There's a ton more to get into. Oh yeah, let's shift tab it. Getting used to pressing shift tab as this like massive confirmation step, like emotionally it feels powerful. It's like a left-handed awkward thing to do. So I'm like I'm fine-tuning my model is what I'm trying to say. Associating like let's rock and roll with this gesture. All right. Cool. Gulp. TypeScript. Okay. Okay, cool. Event-driven design. Okay, cool. So we're reading up on this is the chat UI. Okay, so let's I believe switch to plan mode. Um does this chat system use an LLM? Well, I tell you what, if GitHub had like a value, like a add-on upsell, where I don't know, maybe they run the CLI, maybe they just run a CLI, and you can choose between, the maybe the Claude Code, maybe the Google one, maybe an open source one, Open Hands, let's say, and it runs, just that in this format. But I can just pop it open on any arbitrary repo and go and talk to it. Whoo boy, I'd pay an upsell for my GitHub fees, even on. I mean, I would basically. I mean, I'm right. I would. I don't know. I shouldn't say. I would like cancel Copilot. I get Copilot through having worked on an open source project, Apache CouchDB. So I think I get this generous Copilot like level or something, pro level or something from them. But I would pay kind of, well, I've drank a giant glass of coffee and I'm frying my brain and trying to learn some code, but At this time, I would love to pay GitHub, I guess, to be able to rock any one of these CLI tools, at will, anywhere in GitHub. That'd be awesome. It wouldn't be a really hard implementation for them. These things are so like, these things are designed to be like extremely lightweight. Um, to get going, you could start getting clever and caching, caching Claude.mds or caching tokens or whatever globally. But again, GitHub's got years of experience doing exactly that already, so they're good. So I can't wait. I'll be the first customer. All right, where were we? Let's get back to nice, cool. Okay, the voice functionality, browser speech recognition AIs, cool, web audio AIs. Okay, so then how? Okay, I think I know what I need to know. I love this phrase at a high level. That's another one. It's so dirty. It's so dirty. I love saying it at a high level. Um, Everything's at a high level. Code's at a high level. Impact's at a high level. Output's at a high level. This conversation's at a high level. His work is at a high level. It's everything's at a high level. I love it. How broadly? Um. Uh. Right. God, because I don't even know. I mean, there must be some state of the art. There must be some like pattern or project or open source or something that's like I do not. I will not implement the like you know until done is kind of what I was trying to say earlier. Loop, like until the user, you could ask a question and then the user might ask a clarifying like question to your question. Oh, do you mean this or do you mean that? And then you're off there. And so there's some kind of basic, uh, kind of like while not done, loop while not again, it's like tons of tedium I would expect has been solved and like made into a package. Uh, and then from there you can kind of build so like you this form at a not this one but what I have to do if I had this model about like what's your risk profile or whatever, what's your risk appetite, at least without there's optimizations and you could skip over stuff, but ruling that out of scope, at least I'd like to say, just talk to the user until there's an answer to the question, like to my API, to my to my function call, to my method call, or whatever, to my package to my dependency, and have it like loop or allow follow up or whatever's needed. Um, Again, maybe Claude Code itself can do this. Maybe an agent, for example, a sub agent, or even a slash command, maybe a slash command or a sub agent could do this. I believe they're able to output stuff. Maybe I was always skeptical of this like command line mode. Maybe that's a use case of command line mode. So you go command line mode, run an agent, and it just spits out like one string or one boolean or whatever. Um, but it might like take there could be arbitrary conversation in there, ideally with a good scope to it somehow. So if I ask about weather, it's like I don't want to talk about weather. But if I ask about this domain of this question, like, well, what do you mean? Can you clarify? It would be awesome if it, if again, like if I could just pass all that in as props in state, if as it were, and I'm like crossing languages and um, crossing languages here. I'm crossing the streams here, but at that level of convenience, at that kind of declarative way, something like that, um, that's like that must exist. That must exist. It's been so long since these LLMs have been out. There must be basic kind of just kind of wrappers around them. Uh, well, I'm saying it with despair. I mean, if I say it must exist, then I should be optimistic. Let's go find them. If they must exist, then they must exist. Okay. Awesome. I do not need this project because I'm 100% going to have to hook into the LLM. Okay. They should resurrect it and just like sell the domain. All right. Cool. Oh yeah, React conversation forms. Let's see. So, right, I don't see like is this the React one though, or is this, let me see if I can find it. What now? Wait, what? React app generator Claude creates React hooks? What? Wait, what? Okay, ads. Didn't I just, oh yeah, I think this might be it. React conversation form. The problem is 100% open source, no code platform for creating advanced chatbots and conversational forms. Drag and drop interface? Hold on, no. Chatbot conversational form simplifies creating interactive forms. Ooh, OpenAI and Mongo? That sounds like a pain in the neck. We'll open it. Besserbot framework. Chatbots with embedded NLP. Intent recognition. Yeah, but does it plug into a LLM? I guess there's only one way to find out. Feels like no. But we'll search it. Whoa, agentic. Oh, they renamed. That's where the wind's blowing. God. Oh my God. I'm already tired of the like follow the leader. If I were it Besserbot framework, I would also rename. I started this project with a cynical, cheeky name deliberately, so I'm part of the problem. But I'm also, I guess what I'm saying is I'm hating the game. I'm hating the game. So, what does it do though? Okay. This one, open source, self-hosted, no code conversation creating. Man. Oh, 2025. Okay. Okay. Let's see. I'm reading like an AI generated web page or something. What am I trying to read up on? Shoot. It's just called AI chatbot framework. Thanks. All right. Nope. Chatbot. Oh, it's all chatbot stuff. Oh man, this feels like an AI chat base. Wait a second. Whoa, is this real? No. Botframework.com. This feels. Whoa, that's Microsoft. Is that? This is not Microsoft. This feels like spam. Botkit, opendialog.ai. I don't believe any of this. I don't believe any of this. I don't believe any of this. Okay. I think this thing's been tricked. Or some wires got crossed somewhere. Okay. Ooh, hey form. AGPL? Okay. Whatever. Oh. AGPL. Docker deployment, cool. Yes. Oh. Wait, no. React server components. Here we go. Chat with the LLMs running new. No, this is just chat. Wait, is this? Oh, this is just only chat, right? This is no good. I don't. This is too. This is not enough. Hmm. 2023. Maybe they're trustworthy. Maybe they're pre AI slop medium. All right. What am I looking for? Bot press. What was that? It bot press. Raza. Raza bot press. Okay, here's bot press. Solve queries. Conversation Studio. No, I don't want a rich crow. Whoa, voice chatbots. No, no, no. This is getting way too. Nope. Okay. Okay. Keep going. Because I think if something's not like a perfect fit or a good fit or worthwhile, if nothing's even worth testing, I think I know exactly what to do, which is maybe get cracking building some of these agents with LangGraph or uh, AutoGen or Atomic Agents or something. Just build a little bit. I think like I think it's doable, and then you want we want a bias to output, right? I just want a bias to output. I just build something, whether it can what whether it can like how it's actually implemented and whether it's replaced or something or re-architected or something in the future is perfectly fine. um I think output is its own I think that's the right move. All right. For immediate form conversational form by space 10. Okay, so what did I check and rule out already? I think everything on here. I think this was the one. Was that the clone? Space 10, yes. Okay. Looks like it's working, but not LLM powered. I can't believe. Well, let's look at some. Okay, turn static forms to smart combo forms. No, I don't want credit card. Start building or import. No, I want a GitHub repo. Is there a hidden GitHub repo? Are they ashamed of their GitHub? Uh-oh. Found it. 480 commits last week. Cool. Okay. Convert.com. AI powered. Oh no, I don't want to generate forms. Form editing. This actually reminds me. This is a specific um, Copilot kit, like demo or use case or something that they talk about. So okay, so cool Docker. Hey form, let me check these quickly. 180 commits 3 weeks ago. Open source form builder that allows users to create engaging conversational forms. No coding skill, no. I want heavy coding skill required. That's what I love about React. You have to know like kind of a lot to use it. There's a lot to I think surmount at the beginning. They like contradicted the old like Django kind of theory of separating all these concerns and roles. All right, nope. Pretty cool, but nope. Wait, no, wait. Form builder. Conversational forms. I don't know. Gather information or feedback through engaging surveys? Well, let me give them a chance if they got that much traction. Okay, conditional logic. I'm not sure how heavily I want to learn all of this. It's like a mid-level kind of component. It's not like Claude Code itself. I took the trouble to learn like more or less every way to control it. I'm not sure about this. I wonder if form was a smart thing too. I mean, what I really have is like a data model. Or actually, yeah, like that would kind of be it. You have a Pydantic data model and you use an agent to like chat with the user until that model is valid, something like that, right? Until that, right? That's that'd be the dream, I guess. Maybe now we're getting into like long shots on long shots. So okay, let's get out of React. Did I already look at this conversational form? Okay. Okay, cool. So this is a React wrapper, so that's cool. What's this chatbot thing? Right. MongoDB connect with, wait, what? Set up MongoDB to connect with LinkedIn? Really? Is that a real thing? Or is that a, I don't, I don't, I got a ton of operational headache if we're doing MongoDB to connect to LangChain. Postgres? What? So you clone it? Streamlit? Okay. Cool. What? Oh. Cool. It syncs it back to your DB. That's neat. I get it. Okay, that's cool. So it's kind of end to end. That's neat. Abhishek. That was the name of the Prime Minister of Thailand, if I remember correctly. Okay. Cool. Yeah, DB name. Love it. Got it. Okay, cool. Not what I need. Besser. Okay, what's Besser? 488 commits last month. Okay, so like, fine. Okay, BAF. Build. Wait, what? Build. What? Building better smart software faster. Okay. I would love to build better smart software faster, so I'm intrigued. Glasses. Okay. Agents, bots, chatbots. Official documentation. Let's queue up. Install the package. All right, it's another agentic framework, so there's a red flag. I got enough. I'm swimming. I'm up to my eyeballs in agentic frameworks. LLM's cool. Nice. That's an thank you. It's an important detail for those users. Oh, okay. This is cool. LLM, maybe let's try LLM. What is this large language models? Wiki? Let's look at this LLM agent. That's be the only relevant one. Okay, Hugging Face. Okay. Oh dear. Okay. Okay. Agent.use WebSocket platform. Is that their agents? That's their agents, right? Agent equals agent. That's their agent? Yes. Okay. Yeah, this is a whole framework. Or at least they're structuring it that way. All right. Intent classifier. Oh, that's cool. Even that, like, I mean, I'm like, I'm ashamed that I'm thinking of Googling up intent classifiers now. Like, that's such a low level component. Like, am I gonna have to look up, like auto retry wrappers and, Python decorators and all this? Because, sometimes the API query fails and you got to retry. Like, it's outrageous that that's not super, consolidated and useful. I guess I'm whining. I guess I'm whining. Anyway, so why? So there they created. What is this LLM Open API? Did they have their own wrapper? Yeah, they have their own wrappers around all the different LLMs. Okay. Right. Okay. So now they have their like object. So then you can pass that in or something. Is that the point? Where's this GPT referenced? Other LLM. Yes. You import these all in, right? And then somewhere you have to pass it in, surely. Intent. The user greets you. Hello intent. Maths intent. Oh, cool. Right. So here's your space. Cool. GPT.predict. You are being used within an intent basis. Weird. Wait, what? Global fallback. Oh, okay. Oh, neat. Fallback. Oh, I see. Cool. Okay, cool. So this is a little intent. Oh, I see. Wait, agent.new intent. So new intent is an object. What's that agent? What is that agent? Okay, so an agent is an agent, and this is the core agent. So these agents have intent. Yeah, let's look at them. Where's the definition? Let's see it. Whoa. Intents. Okay. Okay, so it's a whole agent thing. I don't know how intents work in the other system, and it's not even clear to me if intents is the only way to solve the problem of kind of, routing the um user's input or like processing it. It's certainly that's what I've used with tons of success many times in the past. Just intents alone can definitely do a lot. You just, again, it's back to the tedium. You're like kind of scoping out all that intent, so you can kind of have them layered and tree structured themselves, of course. So, but it's good. All right. So I do not want to use the Besser agentic framework at this time. 488 commits. Okay, we're done. I see. Okay, cool. Okay, install PyTorch. I'm gonna pass for now. All right. GTPyHop. All right. Let me keep it open. Got a lot of tabs already. Let's not read a paper right now. Some GTPyHop examples. We have a session with, let me clear up. So this form stuff, no, I'm gonna close it. This is, what's the dang state? Oh, this is this is it. Simple dev planning. Yeah. GTPyHop. This is it. Different project type. Hmm. And then what's the other? What is this? State? What the heck? I don't even remember which project this was. Open hands. Oh, cool. Let's just wrap this thread up as a loose end I've left dangling all night. Multi-layered. Whoa. No kidding. Default Docker runtime creates isolated containers for each session. Open hands runtime blah. Configurable network. Wow, I wonder if I could reuse this. I wonder if I could build either fork or like build, plugin or whatever it looks like an open hands um, multi-layered Docker isolation system. That'd be cool. Presumably that thing's been tested, maybe even some security um, value that it's bringing. Controlled file system access, that's cool. GPU allocation, that's cool. Whoa. Oh, wow. Is that really built in? Is that no joke? If that's not a hallucination, then I have to learn this project much better. Okay. I wonder to what extent it's reusable or whatever. This is what a mature project looks like. Instead of a README, it's like, do they call it a layer? Yeah, the layer. It's got a whole layer. Docker runtime. Local runtime. Oh, interesting. And remote. Oh, wow. OpenHands does not implement comprehensive Docker snapshots or rollbacks, but it does have state management. Agent state saving. The agent control automatically saves state whenever agent state changes. Okay, not clear. All actions and observations are stored persistently. Okay, there's a ton of mature features in this project. There's a ton of them. Variables are preserved. Cool. I would imagine it should be like Docker where like all input, all state is like auditable. Configuration backup. Okay, cool. Maybe. Docker containers can be paused or resumed. Right. I mean, that's just Docker, right? Okay. State recovery from state tracker. Okay. No Docker checkpointing. Okay. No file system snapshots. No rollback mechanism. Okay. No container. Sure. Enhanced protection. Use the security analyzer with strict policies. That security analyzer is really interesting. If it's calling out to an LLM exactly what I was saying, this like audit, this second guesser or whatever. I think that's really. I think that's smart. I don't have any like hardcore theory or evidence or whatever, but it seems to me that because it's all about probabilities, now you're squaring the probability of failure because someone has to kind of sneak through something bad in prompt injection or something like that, or even like maybe even whatever the prompts or anything like that, and also the security analyzer has to miss it too. So it's hard enough to inject poisonous payload, and now you got to inject poisonous payload that doesn't look poisonous. So I think there's a massive range of circumstances that security analyzer would be awesome. And in particular, again, because of this just not trusting, it's not just like enemies, it's also just like the incompetence of a language model trying to solve these human problems now, right? It's let's just say incompetent, and you can't trust it. It could drop your production database, apparently, if you don't prompt it right, and so forth. So if it helps there, that's extremely, extremely worth checking. Let me write that down then. Let's capture that. Let me just throw that in the whiteboard real quick. Where's the whiteboard? Whiteboard thoughts. Let me just throw that in here. The open hands security analyzer. Yeah. And if that can do it in real time, let me move it to the real to-dos. That's a interesting one. Where's the dang to-dos? Do I spell it with 2 words or one? Let's just throw it in here. Okay. Capture that. Good. Where did that come from? Did that come from the code scan? Okay. Right. Based on my conversation, analysis of code base, I provided a detailed answer. Right. The analysis is complete, and no coding changes are needed. This was a research question. Okay. All right. Captured. So let's get out of here. Open hands, huh? Get log. 4,000, yeah. Okay. Actual execution plan. All right, so we're back here. I don't know if I want to dwell here. Maybe I'll sleep on it and keep thinking. It's cool that Claude is able to code something up. I'm not accustomed to having code compile and run correctly and have no idea what it's doing. Usually the compiling and the running correctly comes after learning it, writing it, getting it wrong, and iterating until you get every single bug fixed right, and then it runs. So this is a different experience. It's kind of weird. It's telling me things and I don't know how to interpret. So that's cool. So I'm gonna keep I'm gonna keep surfing the net. I'm into retro language. I'm gonna keep surfing the net. Um. Oh. Oh, thank you, Dana S. Now. Nah. So the planning algorithm. Oh, cool. It starts with initial state, to-do list. Oh yeah, I think I read this. Construct a solution. Let me actually click quick. Oh man, what's that? 21. Is that it? Oh dear. Okay. Oh, that was that paper. There's a fork called HGN in which one may declare an action to be directly relevant for a goal. Wow, these are these are planning nerds. This is hilarious. AGB on Go Dell. Cool. Never in my career have I seen researchers and software engineers so close together in the supply chain pipeline basically. It's really cool to see. And you'll have software engineers reading research papers now, which I more or less unheard of. Rare and big projects only. All right. Oh, so where was your documentation or like how it worked? I lost my track. Oh, let me go back. Yeah, yay. Okay. Let's actually try this is good. All right. So it starts with a state and a to-do list. All right. Actions, tasks, and goals. These are links. I clicked on actions, states, location, cast, distance. Okay. I'm terrified about my audio. All right. Yep. Specifies home A. Oh. Okay. Weird. The anchor. Okay. Or I clicked it wrong or something. Okay. Actions are written the same way as pile. Okay. Okay. Let me jump back. It linked me forward, but I'm not going to go there. Let's keep going. I want to learn top down a little bit. Okay. Actions, tasks, and goals. That sounds fair enough. Construct a solution, plan, pie. A sequence of actions begins in S and accomplishes all of the items in T. Okay. It does this in a planning domain that includes definitions of actions. Definition of actions. So the domain is this is the domain is the space or the set or whatever of all these action definitions. Methods for accomplishing tasks. I guess these tasks are these methods for accomplishing tasks. And methods for achieving goals. I wonder if they mean like, you know, object-oriented programming methods or some more abstract method. Backtracking search. Left to right. Considers the following possibilities for each item. Okay. If the item is an applicable action, execute the action to update state S and append action to pi. Okay, cool. If it's a task, look for a task method that is relevant. So like looking for these methods, I think that's outsourced to the LLM now. Unless it's just a kind of matching system. Get a to-do list for accomplishing T. Inserts the items in this list into T to do next, into big T. What was big T? There it is. Oh, big T is the task, the to-do list. Okay. A to-do list for accomplishing little t. Inserts the items into T to do next. The items in this list are of what type? What type are the items in the list? I think I'm getting it. Task methods. To-do list for accomplishing T. Inserts the items. Okay, let's see. Hold on. A task method. So if it's an action, execute the action. Got it. If it's a task, execute the task method is relevant for T and applicable in S and uses it to get a to-do list. Relevant for the task T. Yes. Right. So a task and a task method are completely different types that is relevant for T. Okay, so a method. I wish that, okay. Task method. Okay, fine. Used to get a to-do list for accomplishing T. Insert all them into the to-do list. Great. So if it's a goal, look for a goal method that is both relevant to G and applicable in S. Okay, I'm getting it a little, and use it to get a to-do list for achieving G. Okay. I thought you would have like layers, like goals lead to tasks and tasks lead to actions. That's what I would imagine. Looks for a goal method. Okay. Inserts the items to the to-do list along with a way to check whether they actually achieve G. Interesting. Whenever one of the above steps fails, an action is inapplicable. A goal has no methods. It backtracks where it chose a method to try a different method. Okay, cool. Cool, states and actions. Let's keep going. Let's just learn GT PyHop. Let's just learn GT. Okay. State is an object that contains state variable bindings. The following object. State. Okay. Location. Looks like one of those. What do they call that? I forget that, like Python autodict or whatever. So you could do like JavaScript style, referencing. You can just do get attribute and set attribute with the syntactic sugar here. All right. Location. Cache. Okay. Okay, a bunch of state. Love it. This specifies that, yeah, of course it does. These are objects, distance. Correct. Right. Right. Cool. Uh-huh. Each state variable has exactly one argument. Excuse me? Alice or taxi. However, the argument may be any hashable object. Yes. In other words, it's a dictionary. Yes, I understand that state variables are dictionaries, but not the... Yes, I understand. State objects mainly represent a state of the world. It can be used for other collections of variables. For example, in this one and this one, the state named rigid contains some rigid properties that are true in every state of the world. Okay, cool. So did they just kind of make up a little namespace called rigid? Yeah, let's go look at it now that they've given a little context. Actions are written in much the same way. Okay, here is a GT PyHop action for unloading a container from a robot at a particular location. Okay, unload. State robot container location. Whoa, dot loc. Okay, there's robot. So if the state... Okay, fine. The container equals is the new location then? And the cargo sub robot equals no, wait, what? So what robot? What is it? Wait, what is this robot? Yeah. Unloading a container from a robot. Unloading a container from a robot? Okay. Okay, so this robot, and we're unloading this container at a particular... Okay, so these are just arbitrary parameters. Is that the point they're making? Okay. Declare actions unload. Cool. And it does introspection. Good. So if the... Oh, it's using .loc. Okay. Maybe this is what it means by... What did it say? There's like one argument. Each state variable has one argument. Okay. So it's saying like the container. Wait, was any of this initialized with containers and stuff? No, we have location. Right, Alice taxi. I wonder if these are not dictionaries. Does it wrap them into things? Okay. Okay, cool. So then the robot is nil, and so okay, return the state. Cool. If an action is inapplicable, the if test fails. PyHop will require it to return false. Cool. The last line would begin with PyHop rather. Okay, fine. So okay, so there's some actions, tasks, and test methods. Oh, wonderful. A task is a tuple of activity. Oh, task name arg1, arg2. Okay. That's a task. Methods look nearly the same. Okay. Method unload container state container login is needs to be a function that returns an object's type. Okay, fine. Locate by locate matching on the container. Okay, so if it's a robot and that robot is at this location, I think that's what it's saying. I guess I could ask that. Yeah, okay. Then, whoa. Oh, these are all the parameters it said. Okay, so the string of unload, what was that task name? Okay, and then the argument is, I guess R is known to be a robot. Ah, unload. Wait, that was declared already. Cool. State robot container location. Maybe state is passed in because that's the function name. And then it goes robot container location. Okay. Okay. So I declare a task method called unload container. That's the reference. And this method. Okay. Ah, man, I feel like MCP's doing stuff like this now. Or whatever. Tools. Goals. Unigoals and multi-goals. A unigoal is a 3-tuple. State variable name. Oh, cool. Okay. A unigoal. A desired value for a state variable. That's cool. That's not like React. For example, the following unigoal represents the following goal or state. Okay. Right. We want the location of C1 to be location 2. Look. Okay. So this is like your key in your state. This is your key in your like second level namespace or whatever. And then this is your expected value, I guess. Okay, cool. Right, this is your desired value. Love it. The above triple has the same thing as a task name with 2 arguments. The way to tell, oh dear. A unigoal method for it. Whoa. Declare unigoal methods. Okay. A unigoal method always takes 3 arguments. The current state, wait, what? And the name and argument of, excuse me, current state and the name and argument of the state variable. What? Okay. If it's applicable, it returns a possible empty list of actions. Cool. A method for the book. Okay. Unload. Look at it. So how's this different? Wasn't there another one? R substate is R robot. Wait, is it literally the same code? Unload R container login. Okay. Declare unigoal methods. I'll see. Method unload. Okay. Yeah, no kidding. Right? Oh, I see. Okay. M unload and location is relevant not only for use the method only when I don't know multi-goals. Okay. Okay, cool. Desired rather than current values for some other. Yes, exactly. Yeah, sure. Okay, cool. Restrict model. Okay. Goal task network planning. It's easy to have both goal methods and task methods in the same planning. Okay. I think I'm in a rabbit hole here that's not right. Check whether the method has achieved a goal. I want to like plan a DevOps deploy. I'm not sure. Uh-huh. I think this is just not the same planning. Because my goal is to write a plan, right? And it's a plan for consumption of humans and now AI agents. Okay. Okay. Yep. Example, Alice Bob. There's just enough intriguing stuff that's. This is. I'm not loving that. Okay. All right. Now what else we got? GT Pi Hop. Okay. Shop 2, I think I can blow through this quickly. What is this? Right. Domain independent planning system. In the 2002, Shop 2 received one of the top 4 awards. Right? A CVS mirror. Get fork was created from Shop 2. Right. Quick Lisp. Ouch. Oh, I thought I heard. Oh, Lisp. I always thought it was Scheme. I don't know about Quick Lisp. I mean, I've lost my enthusiasm for random languages at this moment, at this time. Okay. Shop 2. Example Lisp. Okay, I think the answer is no with Lisp. Too many red flags. Let's keep going. Let's close some tabs. Monte Carlo tree search or other game tree. No. Okay. Good. Don't care. Got a good diagram. What is this? State management. What is this? Erlang OTP. Okay. Kios. Knowledge-based intelligent operation system. Aha. 394 commits 8 months ago. Okay. See the old version. Okay. Your own methods to generate robot command. Whoa, okay. Dang, look at my coffee. This is cool. Now you're speaking my language. Skill base. A BT generator. I got some glasses and some coffee here. Mm-hmm. Assemble the gear set. BT planner. Could you help me to assemble A and B together? Chaos is an LLM and behavior tree based robot. Again, I want a documentation tree or a plan tree. It's not clear to me that I don't know whether it follows that I need a behavior tree to build a plan tree, or I need to give up the idea of a plan tree. Maybe the fact that no one talks like that should tell me something. Okay. But task planning system by Blackbird for his master's thesis. Okay. His mother gave him that name. All right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, provided domain knowledge. Interesting. Okay. Can you show me an example? Ubuntu. It is highly recommended to use a virtual environment. Right. So then what? This is only for world state visualization. Okay. Neo4j. Okay, cool. I see. Mm-hmm. Don't want to do that. OpenAI key. Yes. What else? BB. LangChain. Set up Langsmith, right? Okay, data. All right. Cool. I mean, if this arrow doesn't go well, oh shoot, let me keep going. I thought it had to be conversational, but let me think. Behavior tree transition. Oh, cool. Mm, okay. My gut feeling, this is all highly structured. I mean, I know I've been the one saying tree all night long, but these are super structured selector change tool. My gut feeling is it's more like writing a novel, there's like a massive outline or a textbook, there's a massive, very highly structured outline, and then you're just drilling in and drilling in on that outline, more or less writing, technical prose, not writing JSON or um I mean, the tree is just like, the sort of like the kind of tree you get with, um, what am I trying to say? With Sphinx documentation, just a couple of files in some folders. That's your tree. 10, 20 files in some folders, or, that's a big plan already. That's a big plan. 20 files or 100 files spread across 4 or 5 folders. Perfectly could just be more or less plain text, as long as it's like managed smartly. Um, and then these actions, I don't think actions are relevant at all to the challenge of like planning a like DevOps deploy. Maybe instead of these obscure projects, I should have been reading like Open Hands. Maybe it has a big planner in it, or Claude Code. I wonder if I could ask Claude Code. Let's do that. Let's ask Claude Code to like kind of get in planning mode, and then maybe like write out some plans. Let's do it. I think I've written enough here. Is this still? I don't even remember my edits. But let's do it. Whatever, whiteboard. Thank you. Okay, so with that in, let's sync it down. What is this? I'm gonna leave this up. I'm just gonna leave this whole session. I guess it might lose the session overnight if I, but whatever. So then Claudey. Yeah, I have a little, okay. Uh, all right. So, let's switch to plan mode. What do I want to ask it? I'm just gonna ask it. Whoa. Yeah, there's still more to read about. Um, let me get some stuff done. What's going on here? Okay. I'm gonna ask Claude Code about like planning. Planning. All right, let's just start there and see what it says. Whoops. Yep. Okay. Audio check. Yes, I can hear myself. All right, let's just start there. Yeah, I think that's fine. Right. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So right, it noticed these phases and blah blah blah, and it noticed The plan tree, right? The plan tree. MCP? Yeah, the Zen MCP server. Uh-huh. So the challenge was, could I use this thing in plan mode to build the plan? So I want to launch like um let's just say like prod like until you have enough to build a comprehensive plan uh for development, deployment, and like QC or like testing, let's just say. Let's just start here. Just start anywhere. I'm not sure if that's a good prompt, but let's just start. I want to deploy this project in Cloud using Docker. I haven't like been like this like I don't even know what I'm trying to build in a real long time. For many years, it's like I just want to build CouchDB or whatever. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is one where like UI might help, you know. All right, should I start answering questions? AWS. Minimal budget. What else? Do you have any existing cloud accounts? No accounts. Yeah, yes, I have AWS keys, let's say. I mean, do I have to answer every single one? Oh, they have numbers. What's your budget range? Shoot. Let me just keep going. Who cares? No region preference. What is this thing? Scale and performance. Minimal. Something like that. Only I should have access, let's say. Do you need staging environments? Yes, I want staging. Dev. Let's say. Sure, whatever. Monitoring. Shoot. I do want basic health checks and automated backups, which can be manual if it helps. Done by myself by following your documentation. Okay. And then what? Technical preference. Container orchestration. Like all these questions are going to need to, you know, be answered automatically somehow. Cool. Do you need a CDN? Simple. Let's just finish. No CD. Yes, CDN. No. Yes. What is it? Stormfront. What the heck? Cloud Front or something. I forget the name. No. Yeah, Cloud Front. Cloud front. Okay. This is no good. Oh man, I don't think this is, well, maybe this proves that Claude Code could do it. That's cool. Prod. Is your repository? Yes. I guess so, because I asked for all this. Application containerization. Timeline day one. Okay. Uh-huh. Yeah. Wait, where's it gonna write this? Wait, ready to code? Here's Claude's plan. Oh, I see. Yeah, keep planning. Something like that, right? Let's see if it asks me to click over to coding mode. I believe plan mode is read only. It has to sort of ask me to get out. Yeah, there you go. Right, the complete AWS deployment plan to plan.md. Yes. Right. Cool. So did I learn anything from generating this plan? I think a little bit. It seems like maybe I've got one data point a little bit, but Claude Code's sort of field of view is, one list with one sub level beneath it. Kind of like in the old days, conversation threads could go like arbitrarily deeply and follow up and follow up and follow up. And then at some point they just said, nah, after one, the responses all just kind of stack now. Because that's cool. Maybe that could be used to, what did I say? Like unpack or flesh out from like kind of one level of detail going down into the deeper level of detail. And then you could sort of recursively apply it to get deeper and deeper. So you say, oh, private subnets for ECS tasks. What's your plan for private subnets and for ECS tasks? That's kind of where I'm coming down, where I'm thinking at the moment. And I don't have to debrief, but I'm kind of thinking, juggle some. I still think only a tree can kind of hold something this kind of big, if you like, considering that like the LLMs have these tiny pinhole, keyhole kind of view into all of this. They can never really see the entire thing in one let's say context scope, context window. So I still feel that in the same way that like massive government documents have to have a tree structure basically, and massive technical documents and textbooks and all of this have a tree structure. For like LM outlining, and there you go. Yeah, and I'm getting like search collision, knowledge curation system. Cool. Re, I don't know. Um, weird. Oh, I see structured object. Yeah, that's super important. Okay, so, uh, so that's I think something I learned is that Claude Code can kind of plan, and then if that plugin helps, that's great. If that MCP, rather, what was it called? Merlin or something? MCP. It was one of these. It had a Z in it. What the heck was it? Zen, yeah. Great. Plan permission mode. Oh, I know what that means now. Oh, cool. I'm learning stuff. I know what that means now. Yep. Plan. Cool. This is all shift tab, shift tab, shift tab, shift tab. Cool. I think. And maybe bypass is it default accepts plan? Default accepts plan, right? Default accepts plan. Back to default accepts plan. Yep. Cool. Good. I'm learning. Get some sea legs. It's happening. It doesn't. You don't feel the fine tuning when it's applied to um your weights, but it happens. You can extend this access. Okay, cool. Don't care. So let's get out of this. So then, okay, I wrote it down. Is it like not checked in? Right, plan. Right. Mm-hmm. Cool. Yeah. I guess it's sort of premature optimization, maybe to make it to improve this. I think this helps me understand a little. There's a lot more to learn and to become accustomed and to get an intuition for, but this is cool. I kind of like how, it may be, trained or fine-tuned or whatever, or maybe luck. It's giving me like these two layers, these two very, very clear layers. Uh, you know, there's the top layer and the lower layer, there's these steps, and then under each of them are other steps. These seem to be ordered, I'm guessing, like create ECS cluster, set up ECR repo. I think these like depend on each other. Configure ALB. Uh-huh. This does not feel comprehensive to me. So, um, that's pretty cool though. If it's not luck, that might be something useful. Uh, if you're building a tree and you can always look at like two either layers of it or even a part of that, but you can kind of think about um, them that way. You could build a tree. You could use that recursively to build an arbitrarily large tree, I guess, basically, um, through repeatedly running this thing potentially. So that's kind of cool. That's like the worst case at this time scenario of like how this thing might be built. What is Storm? Let's learn some stuff. Oh, now wait a second. I was in this other cool repo. Where else was I? Open hands. Let me close this. What is this? Goal-oriented planning in Go. I'm just gonna close it. Right. We're happy with GPT Engineer Auto Scrum. Project planning. Okay. And then I thought Did I not lose something? GPT engineer, go. Open hands. I do have these. And what else? Storm. Okay, yeah, we're good. Losing my mind. Open hands, micro tasks. Go up, close it. GPT engineer, close it. Autoscrum, keep it. Runbooks.sh. Did I ever find this, people? Yes, I did. Love it. Love it. Okay, let's loop around. All right, what is Storm? Synthesis of topic outlines through retrieval and multi-perspective question asking. Oh, cool. We add light LLM. Cool. Cool. I love a project where the first thing in the README is the latest news. You know they're doing good. 3 months ago. Okay. January they added light LLM. September CoStorm codebase. Knowledge Storm. Wait, which one is this? Storm. Okay. Victor RM. Oh dear. Okay, let's learn. I'd like to learn more about the future of work. Try Storm. Ooh. Writes Wikipedia-like articles from scratch based on internet search. Oh no, that's too specific. CoStorm further has enabling human to collaborate. Right? Yeah, of course they have. You're Stanford. Okay. A Wikipedia report on your topic. Okay. Wonderful. That is way more fit for purpose than I need. I need something way more generic and simpler. Okay, no. We're done with Storm. Cool. 1,000 commits yesterday. Okay. What's going on with outlines? Structured output for LMs. Okay. Trusted by unit. High performance. Cool. All right. LMs are powerful. Their outputs are unpredictable. Fix bad outputs. Parsing regex. Do they? Okay. Works with any model. Same code runs across, right? Pass your desired output type. Whoa. Structure. Okay. The outlines philosophy. Prompt and now. Outlines follows a simple pattern that mirrors Python's own type system. Desired output type and outlines will ensure your data matches. Oh, cool. Oh, this is neat. This is like more compact than, agentic. It's okay, cool. Auto tokenizer, okay. Whoa. Oh, 5.3. Oh, neat. Oh, they're into 5.3. Okay. Simple structure. This product completely changed my life. Positive, negative. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've written like helper code that did this in my own projects for internally. Exactly this sort of thing. Actually, exactly this thing. But they've kind of got it more generic for like any structured output. Mine was like choose from these choices. Cool. Right. They're doing yeah, they're doing Pydantic, of course they are. Okay. Customer support triage. Convert a free-form customer email into a structured service ticket. Yes. How outlines can transform. No, I'm not feeling build a super detailed plan coming out of here. Right. Nope. Let's keep going. Go to my LLM MCTS. As for large scale task planning, cool. We use large language models, both the common sense world model and the heuristic policy. Ooh, that's sounding interesting. Within Monte Carlo tree search, world model. Okay. So there's a data set. There's a human user. Yikes. We've updated the code. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was a massive pain in the neck when they updated that whole API. Okay. Oh, nice. We got submodules. Okay. Install virtual home. What is virtual home? Oh. Wait, what? Wait, what? What does virtual home mean? VHCM. Wait, what? After under the file. Wait, what? Virtual home simulator? I'm downloading something off Dropbox? What is this? Okay. And then what are we doing? Okay, we use the code to generate some data. Port number. Okay, choose your task. Difficulty. Pre-process the expert data. Okay. Okay. Baseline function. GPT 3.5. I'm not sure I see it. Okay. This is really a super interesting title. We got 7 commits last year. Tree of thoughts. Is that a thing? Is that a concept? Is that a thing? What's tree of thoughts? Prompting. Oh, nice. Oh, I need to look up more tree of thoughts stuff. Okay, using LangChain for creative writing. Oh, cool. Neat. Neat. Oh, a notebook. Cool. Okay. Any source I could just read out? Let's read the notebook. Okay. Remember to enter your project path and open API key. All right. Pip install stuff. Right. Some imports. Okay. Draft solutions. I'm facing a challenge related topic. Can generate 2 plans for that. Okay. Prompt template. Okay, this is LangChain stuff. I recognize these. Right. Okay. So far, what's been the point? Prompt template. Build a chain of LLM. Okay. Runnable pass-through. Solutions equals solution chain. Analysis equals analysis chain. Evaluation chain. Oh, okay. Right. Air taxi. Okay. All right. Plan 1 focus on. Oh, okay. It's kind of neat. That's cool. Evaluation. It's like evaluated its own plans. Plan 2 focuses on infrastructure development, fleet acquisition. Wait, what? Okay. Air taxi vehicles? Okay, fine. Oh, air taxi. Okay. Cool. Plan 1, description. Advantages, disadvantages, planning strategies. Okay. Is this a tree of thought? I wonder if a tree of thought is the same or not the same. Tree of thoughts compared to my like document tree. Is this a tree? This is a minimal tree. It's got two like plans, right? Okay, cool. Okay, tree of thoughts, LLM. Mm-hmm. Let's look at some. Let's look at some GitHub projects. Aha. Aha. Okay. Thought. Input output prompting. Okay. Chain of thought prompting. Okay. Self consistency with COT. Chain of thought. Okay. Majority vote. Yeah, that's exactly right. Majority vote. Fine. And then there's tree of thoughts. Okay, if tree of thoughts is similar to chain of thoughts, then it is definitely not what I'm thinking. I can't believe like no one's out there saying like, yeah, an LLM could plan like a something detailed. I know there's like help me plan my vacation, but like, it's like a novel. Like it's iterative. You might have to come back to it. It's a long conversation or whatever. It's big, like just building the plan, I think. I wish there's a tool. Let's keep learning stuff. Okay, so tree of thoughts. So let's see. I think I kind of don't care about tree of thoughts. Run experiments. Yeah, this is all new task. Okay, wonderful. Okay, tree of thoughts, cool. Tree of thoughts, a powerful flexible algorithms, advances model reasoning. Okay, great. Model reasoning is cool. Raptor. So we're getting up into um recursive action algorithm, tree organized retrieval. I don't know if this is relevant for planning tonight, though. I say tonight. Yep. I do think it's cool, but formation of one tree layer. Yeah, the summarization by the LLM is the master, like, thing. This is cool. CouchDB does not work this way. Yeah, where there's like shared, but that's kind of neat. Um, Python 3.8. Does it need like a vector store of any sort? Constructed tree. Cool. Right. Okay, cool, cool, cool. So I'll return to Raptor. I'm familiar with it. Chat and validate. A real-time LM chat app powered by LlamaIndex and Raptor. Tree organizing, right? Powered by LlamaIndex for pipelining. Ragos as an assessment framework for the pipeline. And Streamlit. What is Ragos? Supercharged evaluation of large language models. Oh, okay. Oh, assessing the LLM output. Okay. What is the best open source model? What? In-depth discussion of concepts and working. Oh, I see. I thought it does that. Okay. Uh-huh. Let's see. Hey, no. Aw. Write your query. I don't want to write a query off of PDF, though. Chat and validate response. Nah. I see. I see. So is it LlamaIndex, LlamaIndex, and Raptor? Wonderful. Not relevant. Empty repo. Okay. We're popping all the way out the stack, I think. Let me keep some of these open. I think I clicked on a ton already. Persuasive LLM. Did I click that yet? Planning persuasive dialogue. I don't know. Am I crazy? Maybe I'll sleep on it and think, I don't need a framework. It seems weird to me that there's no framework. The idea is I stub out like, there's like an initial state of the tree. For example, it says there must be test-driven development, or there must be, like uh, acid tests or torture tests before reporting back that it's like up. And so that implies that there's a torture test process, and that implies that you have to run a program of some sort to do some torture testing. Like planning that out, um, seems like the challenge to solve. So I'm gonna keep this tab open. Multi-agent software development framework. Oh my god. Wait, requirements analysis? Oh cool, is this a real thing? Collaborative agent. Wait, what? Software. Automate the software development lifecycle from requirements gathering to code generation and testing. Cool. Yeah, require. I think I wanted to clone this. Oh, 4 commits. That's cool though. Is it using an LLM? Yep, Google API something. Yeah, so I could just kind of. Oh, is that it? Okay. Okay, cool. I think this is simple. Cool. Data platform SDLC framework. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. 5 days ago. Nice. Comprehend. Nice. Designing, developing, and managing data platforms optimized for use with large language models as a contextual knowledge base. Okay. Enable LLMs to assist or even automate the creation and management of data platform components, structured, actionable documentation. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna return to this. Cool. There's just more to learn. There's just more to learn on this thing of like writing up a big plan. Whoa. 200 commits 4 days ago. 80 advanced documentation rather. Modular enterprise automation framework, document generation project. Maybe. Maybe. Cool. Yeah, we'll keep it. 3DA. What the heck does that mean? That's awesome. Why am I in this? Visual. Planning? I think no. It's cool though, but no. All right, LLM's planning. Cool. 43 commits. The code in Plan Bench belongs to the paper Plan Bench. Evaluating large language models on planning and reasoning about change. Interesting. On planning abilities of large language models, a critical investigation. Nice. Okay. 5 months ago, 2 months ago. LM planning analysis. So this is the latest one. Okay. Oh, is it? LM planning analysis also contains the code for the paper. Oh, I see. Systematic evaluation of the planning and scheduling abilities of reasoning model O1. Cool. Okay. Is Plan Bench a thing? Is that a thing? Planning and reasoning about change. Okay. Okay. Did I skim over it? Is that the very thing he invented? Oh, yes, it is. Okay. Okay, a benchmark. I don't want to evaluate large language models on planning. I want to pip install a package and tell it I want it to help me plan with my user a DevOps build. All these star histories look the same and they're all just axes are always scaled wildly differently. Okay. That's a good one though. Task Weaver, 605 commits. All right, let's see. Microsoft. Code first agent information, planning, executing data analytics tasks. Coordinates a variety of plugins. Okay, to execute. Unlike many agent frameworks that only track the chat history, right? All right, I don't think they call it Task Weaver, but I think Vision Input, Agent Ops. Cool. Which features task decomposition is designed to solve complex tasks. Yeah, I want this task decomposition and progress tracking. My gut feelings, I don't want to have to implement my own task decomposition for the same reason I don't want to have to implement my own, like, tree traversal or whatever. Just every time I strike the keyboard, I might make a bug. It's not to mention, now I'm deep in the weeds. Are there still many features improvement? Oh, cool. Yes. Cool. Okay, LLMs, start it, CLI. Cool. Import as a library. Let's see if anything happens. Okay, pull data from a database and apply an anomaly detection algorithm. That is not forecast cookies pricing. No, the only way would be if the planning system were like API accessible. Project is a directory. I don't know. What was that like? Advanced features. Whoops. Prompt compression. No, it's can they search? Is there a search plan? Let me search plan. Why it takes so long? Where does it say plan? Planner. But the planner's not like a first class object that I see. Let's search for planner. There we go. All right, planner examples. Ooh, cool. Customize. Is there a supply? Okay. A planning example customer. No. Cool. This is the sort of thing this kind of vaguely feels like the Matrix code, like the way to really, really get Claude Code. No, I don't see this turning into like a plan to launch a website with good backups. Awesome. Task Weaver. Nah. I mean, because then either like I gotta absorb the scope of that planner or like change the scope, like just launch something that helps plan. I don't know. There's more searches to run. So this is a good stopping point. Perfect. So this is a good stopping point. This is cool. Total sea legs and learning and stuff. Definitely learned a ton of like projects that are kind of in this space. I think I must go and read up on the something that really did turn out to be what it kind of seemed superficially was the open hands like security layer. At least at this moment, it looks like the open hands security layer is very likely to be something to influence or inspire or use or import. Meanwhile, I'm gonna sleep on this question. This was super fun. The thought was because controlling Claude Code is extremely kind of well known, the question now, like the biggest mystery is more how would you actually plan? How do you go from quite an abstract request like I want a website online to a comprehensive enough plan to even like build the site? I think it's still doable to some degree. It's encouraging that there's nothing like just pip install and off you go. Maybe this is a special enough case. It's not general purpose planning. It's like DevOps planning. I have these like firm requirements, in there. like IAC and um, TDD. So I don't know how. I guess yeah, I'll sleep on it and kind of decide how I end up feeling. So far, every time I like sleep on it, I wake up more encouraged than when I left. I'm leaving like overwhelmed from all the stuff or having not having digested it all. So I'm gonna I think the next time I'm gonna continue investigating this. I think this is the top priority. I will defer the official debrief, but I think confirm whether CC can deliver is not exactly the top experiment to run. It's still confirm whether Vibe DevOps can exist. In fact, for that matter, I could go look at vibes.diy or something. How are they doing just only the web web app build part of that? I don't think they're building a comprehensive plan and stuff like that. I don't know. But that's where I am at the moment, is the question of can there be Vibes DevOps is currently the question of, given all you want on policies and knowledge base and internet resources and all of that, and a really, uh, like simple, broad, business requirements only, right? Business level only ask, I'll say. In principle, all of that can be like, what's the word that I saw over and over today? Decomposed and decomposed and decomposed. So, yeah. So the question is, in practice, what does it look like to decompose and decompose and decompose? So we have to do, backups. And so to decompose, like, that's got to be built into the code base. And also we got to run a backup. Like, we can't tell the user, the product owner, that the site is ready until a backup has been performed and restored and confirmed to be good, right? That like level of decomposition in my mind, like if I imagine the tree, like various, like a few of the light bulbs are lit. In other words, like the root node is always lit. It's like defined, like there's a hard requirement that, the website has to be whatever, my baseball idea, right? It cannot be my basketball idea. We're doing that. So that's a hard requirement. But then like deeper in the network somehow, even though the network's not defined, the network's defined by the LLM, somehow like in there is another lit light bulb, if you like, a defined node which says, yeah, there's, the code base must be TDD, and there's another one that says you cannot, you cannot launch until the, I guess, the like the, the pre-deploy procedure, right, for promoting from staging to prod involves this backup testing step, right? And so you launch to staging, and like at the right time you perform a backup, and then when the backup's done you perform a restore, and then confirm that, whatever that looks like, and then you're allowed to promote to prod, right? That's a working, system. So that requirement that like testing must be done, and testing backups, that's another like non-negotiable firm one. But it's way deeper in the tree of the, the plan. So either tree's not a good fit, or back to the knowledge. But that the idea with the knowledge base was just, oh, by the way, if you're ever doing deploy, the policy is that was kind of the original idea. Yep, you have to do backups before, and then it's like magically pulled out. And maybe I'm thinking through the magic right now. Like, yeah, the policies are all written up there. If that's the most convenient way to, just define them or track them or manage them. But I think okay, I'll leave thinking that both the tree of the plan is necessary as a like approach, and that I gotta find or make some software to do this like top down fleshing out. Also, that's still the continuation for the next steps. I think this planning step. It doesn't have to be the extreme level of detail that I've been describing all night, but like it's building, deploying, testing, something like that. Must be. So it's already quite a lot from scratch, to describe all that, to make it consistent, to make it solve an arbitrary request. I don't mind this kind of slow start, or this, like, it's not really a slow start, but this extremely like thinking and noodling part. So let me end it. That's awesome. We'll pick up later. I'll get re-inspired. I'm sure I'll start again re-inspired. I know I will. I don't know why, but I know I will. All right, where's my thing? I'm logging off.